Imagine for a moment that your mind is like a restless river. Some days it flows gently, but most days it thrashes and crashes against its own banks, overflowing with worry, self-doubt, and endless chatter. Anxiety becomes the current that pulls you under. But here's the secret. For thousands of years, Buddhist teachers have shown that within this same river lies stillness, a silence so deep it can transform the way we see life and free us from the grip of anxiety. In this video, we're not just going to talk about calming the mind. We're going to explore 12 timeless principles that can guide you back to that inner stillness, one gentle step at a time. The breath is the beginning of everything. Before we spoke our first words, before we took our first steps, we breathed. It is the one constant companion in our lives, always present, always reliable, yet so often ignored. We carry it with us every moment of the day, and yet the mind tends to chase after distractions, forgetting the very rhythm that keeps us alive. In Buddhism, the practice of mindfulness of breath, known as anapanasati, is not just a technique, but a doorway to peace. Think for a moment about the way anxiety feels inside the body. It shows up as racing thoughts, as a tightening in the chest, as restlessness in the stomach. Our breath reflects this state immediately. It becomes shallow, rapid, irregular. Just as the body affects the breath affects the body. This is why, when we learn to observe the breath with awareness, we are not simply watching air move in and out. We are touching the very center of our nervous system, calming the storm that fuels anxiety. The Buddha himself placed great emphasis on this. He taught that mindfulness of breathing is a foundation for developing concentration, insight, and liberation. When we bring attention to each inhale and each exhale, we create an anchor, a steady point in the middle of chaos. Imagine being on a ship tossed by waves. Without an anchor, you are at the mercy of the storm. With an anchor, even though the waves are still there, you remain steady. The breath is that anchor. Now, it's important to understand that mindfulness of breath is not about controlling the breath. You do not need to force it to be longer, shorter, or deeper. In fact, trying to manipulate the breath too much only creates more tension. The true practice is about watching it as it is. When you inhale, simply know that you are inhaling. When you exhale, simply know that you are exhaling. That's it. It sounds simple, almost too simple, but in that simplicity lies profound transformation. At first, you may notice the mind wandering almost immediately. You take one breath, two breaths, and suddenly you're thinking about tomorrow's meeting or replaying yesterday's argument. That's okay. This wandering is natural. The practice is not about having a perfectly empty mind. It is about noticing when you have drifted away and gently returning to the breath again and again. Each return is a victory, like bringing a child back home with kindness instead of scolding. Over time, something begins to shift. The breath, which at first felt ordinary, begins to reveal its subtleties. You notice the coolness of the air as it enters the nostrils, and the warmth as it leaves. You feel the rise and fall of the chest, the gentle movement of the abdomen. You realize that every breath is slightly different, some longer, some shorter, some smooth, some rough. You begin to experience the breath not just as air, but as life itself unfolding in each moment. And as you rest in this awareness, anxiety slowly loosens its grip. Why? Because anxiety thrives on being pulled into the past or pushed into the future. It feeds on regret, on worry, on endless what-if scenarios. But the breath is always here, now. When you place your attention on the breath, you place yourself firmly in the present moment, the only place where anxiety cannot fully survive. This practice also teaches acceptance. The breath is not always perfect. Some days it feels strained, other days smooth. But we learn to observe without judgment. In doing so, we train ourselves to observe our emotions in the same way. Just as we allow the breath to rise and fall naturally, we learn to allow anxiety to come and go without resistance, without clinging. Let me share an image that often helps. Imagine you are sitting by a river, watching leaves float by on the surface. Each breath is like a leaf. You don't try to grab it or push it away. You simply watch it come and you watch it go. Anxiety, too, becomes like those leaves. Instead of being swept away, you remain the watcher on the shore, calm and still. Scientific studies now confirm what Buddhist practitioners have known for centuries. Mindful breathing calms the nervous system, reduces stress hormones, and activates the body's natural relaxation response. But beyond the science, there is a spiritual depth to this practice. Each breath reminds us of impermanence. It comes, it goes, and it never repeats. Each breath reminds us of interconnection. We breathe in what the trees release, and they breathe in what we release. Each breath is a reminder of life's fragile, precious nature. And so, the simple act of breathing becomes a meditation, a prayer, a refuge. You don't need to go to a temple. You don't need any special tools. Your breath is always with you, whether you are at work, at home, or lying awake at night with a restless mind. When anxiety arises, pause, place one hand on your stomach and feel it rise with each inhale, fall with each exhale. Count your breaths if it helps. 1 on the inhale, 2 on the exhale, up to 10, then gently start again. Let each breath remind you, I am here, I am alive. This moment is enough. With practice, you will find that the breath not only calms the mind in times of stress, but also builds resilience for the future. Anxiety may still visit you. It is part of being human, but it will no longer have the same power to overwhelm. You will have discovered a quiet strength within you, a steady ground beneath the storm. This is why Buddhism begins with the breath. It is the first step on the path to freedom and the foundation upon which all other practices rest. So the next time you feel your mind racing, remember, peace is as close as your next inhale. If the breath is the anchor that steadies us, impermanence is the great teacher that frees us. In Buddhism, this truth is called anicca, the understanding that all things, without exception, are constantly changing. Nothing stays fixed. Nothing lasts forever. And while this may sound unsettling at first, it is actually one of the most liberating insights we can discover. Think about it for a moment. Anxiety is rooted in clinging. We cling to the hope that good times will never end. We cling to the fear that bad times will last forever. We cling to identities, relationships, possessions, and even our own thoughts as if they were permanent, solid, unshakable. But life itself shows us every day that this is not the case. The seasons change, our bodies grow old, the people we love evolve and sometimes leave. The world itself is in constant motion. The Buddha once said, "All conditioned things are impermanent." When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. This does not mean we should live in despair because nothing lasts. Instead, it invites us to see reality as it truly is, and in doing so, release the anxiety that comes from fighting against change. Imagine holding onto a handful of sand. The tighter you grip, the faster it slips through your fingers. This is what happens when we cling to permanence in a world that is always shifting. Anxiety grows when we resist this truth. We tell ourselves, I must keep things exactly as they are. I cannot lose what I love. I cannot change. But no matter how tight the grip, life continues to move. Now consider the opposite. Instead of resisting, imagine opening your hand and allowing the sand to rest lightly on your palm. You no longer struggle to hold it, you simply appreciate it for as long as it remains. When the wind eventually carries it away, you let it go with peace. This is the practice of embracing impermanence. Let us bring this closer to our daily lives. Think of a moment of joy, perhaps laughter shared with a friend, the warmth of a hug, the beauty of a sunset. These moments do not last. They pass quickly, almost too quickly. At first, this realization can make us sad, but if we look more deeply, we see the gift hidden in impermanence. Because nothing lasts forever, every moment becomes infinitely precious. The hug is sweeter because we know it will end. The sunset is breathtaking because it fades so fast. Impermanence teaches us to cherish life as it unfolds, instead of anxiously trying to freeze it in place. Now, consider moments of suffering. Anxiety whispers, "This pain will last forever. This worry will never end." But impermanence shows us otherwise. No storm lasts forever. Every difficult feeling rises, stays for a while, and eventually fades. Think back to a time when you were overwhelmed by stress, certain it would consume you. Where is that stress now? It passed, like clouds drifting across the sky. Impermanence is our reminder that no matter how heavy the moment feels, it too shall pass. One of the most powerful ways to practice impermanence is to notice it in small, ordinary things. Watch a candle burn down, its flame dancing and disappearing. Listen to a bird singing. Its call arises, echoes, and fades into silence. Observe your own body. Each breath in, each breath out, never the same, never to be repeated. Even as you listen now, time is moving forward, and this exact moment will never return. Far from being depressing, this awareness brings freedom. When we realize that change is the only constant, we stop fighting against it. We learn to ride the waves instead of being crushed by them. We stop demanding that life conform to our expectations and instead begin to flow with its natural rhythm. There's a story from the Buddhist tradition that illustrates this beautifully. A monk once asked the Buddha, "What is the most important truth for a human being to understand?" The Buddha replied, "Everything changes." At first glance, it seems too simple, but think about how much peace we would find if we lived by this. When joy comes, we savor it fully, knowing it will pass. When pain comes, we endure it patiently, knowing it too will pass. Anxiety loses its grip when we accept that no state, pleasant or unpleasant, can last forever. This practice also softens our attachments. We may cling to relationships, fearing loss. But when we remember impermanence, we stop trying to own people or freeze them in time. Instead, we love more deeply, knowing that every shared moment is a gift. We may cling to possessions, fearing they might break or be lost. But impermanence reminds us that nothing material can stay. This truth doesn't diminish our lives, it enriches them because it teaches us gratitude and humility. Even our anxious thoughts themselves are impermanent. They rise, they pass, they return, and they pass again. The next time you feel anxiety tightening in your chest, pause and tell yourself, "This too is impermanent. This thought is not forever. Like waves on the surface of the ocean, it will come and it will go." Beneath those waves lies the vast, calm depth of the mind, always waiting for you to return. Impermanence also prepares us for the ultimate change, death. In Western culture, we often avoid this subject, pushing it aside out of fear. But in Buddhism, reflecting on impermanence, including death, is not meant to make us anxious. It is meant to awaken us. When we accept that life is fragile, we begin to live more fully. We stop postponing love, stop hoarding time, and begin to appreciate each day as the miracle it truly is. So how do we practice impermanence in a practical way? Start small. Notice one thing each day that changes. The way the sky shifts from morning to evening. The way your emotions rise and fall throughout the day. The way your body feels after rest, after movement, after a meal. Every observation of change plants a seed of wisdom, and as those seeds grow, you begin to see that clinging lessens, anxiety loosens, and peace becomes more natural. Impermanence is not a curse, it is a blessing. It is what makes life possible. Imagine if nothing ever changed. No birth, no growth, no learning, no joy. Life would be frozen and lifeless. Because things change, flowers bloom, children grow, rivers flow, and we have the chance to transform. Impermanence is not the enemy. It is the very rhythm of existence. When you truly take impermanence to heart, something shifts inside you. You stop wasting energy fighting change, and you begin to relax into it. You start to see beauty in the fleeting, comfort in the passing, and courage in the face of uncertainty. You understand that anxiety is only a wave, and you are the ocean. And so, impermanence, once feared, becomes the most gentle of teachers. It whispers to us, "Cherish this moment, for it will not last. Do not fear the next moment, for it too will pass. Trust in the flow of life, and you will discover peace." If impermanence teaches us that everything changes, non-attachment shows us how to live wisely in the midst of that truth. In Buddhism, non-attachment does not mean indifference or coldness. It is not about pushing people away, suppressing feelings, or living without love. In fact, it is the opposite. Non-attachment is about loving so deeply, appreciating so fully, and living so openly that we no longer cling with fear. We hold life gently in our hands, not with a desperate grip, but with a trust that what comes is a gift, and what goes was never truly ours to begin with. To understand this, think about how anxiety arises when we cling. We cling to outcomes. Things must happen the way I want, or I cannot be at peace. We cling to identities. I must always be seen as successful, or I am nothing. We cling to relationships. This person must never leave me, or I will be broken. We cling to possessions. If I lose this, I lose my worth. Every form of clinging is like tying ourselves to a rock and then trying to swim. The more we struggle, the heavier it feels, and the easier it is to sink. The Buddha often used simple metaphors. He said, clinging is like grasping a red-hot coal with the intention of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned first. Or like holding tightly onto a rope that is cutting into your hand. The more tightly you cling, the more pain you create for yourself. But here's the subtle beauty. Non-attachment does not mean we stop holding the rope. It means we learn how to loosen our grip, to hold things without being cut by them, to care without being consumed, to love without being imprisoned by fear of loss. Let's look at how this works in daily life. Imagine a parent holding a child's hand as they walk to school. The parent holds on firmly to protect, but when the child grows and wants to walk alone, the parent must release the grip. If the parent refuses, insisting on holding on forever, they not only cause suffering for themselves, but also prevent the child from growing. Non-attachment is that willingness to let go when the time comes, even as we love fully in the present. Now consider your own anxious thoughts. How often do they begin with clinging? I must control what others think of me. I must succeed or I will be worthless. I cannot lose this job, this person, this opportunity. Every must is a chain. Every cannot is a prison. Anxiety is fueled by this desperate desire to hold on to something that by its nature cannot be held. But what if we loosened the grip? What if, instead of saying, "This must stay," we said, "This is here now, and I appreciate it fully. If it changes, I will flow with that change." This is non-attachment. It is not about detachment from love. It is about detachment from fear. It is not about living without joy. It is about living without chains. There's a story told of a monk who carried a beautiful bowl. He treasured it deeply, knowing it was fragile. One day, when asked how he could hold such love for the bowl without fear, he said, "In my mind, the bowl is already broken. So every time I use it, I appreciate it fully. And when it eventually falls and shatters, I will smile, because I enjoyed it completely while it lasted." This is the essence of non-attachment. Love fully, but accept change without resistance. Think about relationships. Non-attachment does not mean you stop loving people. It means you stop owning them. You recognize that everyone is on their own path, and you cannot control their choices, their growth, or their departure. When you release the need to control, love becomes purer, less about possession, more about presence. Anxiety dissolves because you no longer base your peace on the impossible task of holding someone forever. Non-attachment also applies to thoughts and emotions. When anxiety arises, our first instinct is often to cling. I must stop this feeling. I must not feel anxious, but the more we resist, the stronger it becomes. Instead, non-attachment invites us to notice the anxiety, acknowledge it, and let it pass without gripping it. Just as clouds pass across the sky without staining the sky itself, anxious thoughts can move through without defining who we are. One of the most liberating insights in Buddhism is the teaching of anatta, or non-self. It tells us that even the idea of I is not fixed. Our identity, our stories, our labels, they are all changing, flowing, impermanent. When we cling tightly to I am this or I must always be that, we create suffering. Non-attachment frees us from this prison of identity, allowing us to be fluid, open, alive. Now, let's bring this down to practical practice. How can we cultivate non-attachment in daily life? Start with awareness. When you feel anxious, ask, what am I clinging to right now? Maybe it is the need for approval, the desire for certainty, or the fear of losing something. Once you see the root, take a breath and imagine loosening your grip. Tell yourself, this does not define me. I can appreciate it without needing to hold it forever. Another practice is gratitude. When you feel grateful for what you have, even knowing it may change tomorrow, you naturally soften your grip. Gratitude transforms clinging into appreciation. Instead of, I must keep this, it becomes, I am thankful this is here now. We can also practice through meditation. Sit quietly and bring to mind something you feel attached to. Notice the sensations in your body as you imagine losing it. Feel the anxiety, the tightening. Then, with compassion, breathe into that space and imagine opening your hand, releasing the grip. With practice, you will discover that letting go is not emptiness. It is spaciousness. It is the freedom to experience life without being enslaved by it. And perhaps the most profound lesson of non-attachment is this: everything you cling to is already passing. Your possessions, your relationships, your body, even your thoughts. When you resist this truth, you suffer. When you embrace it, you find peace. The Buddha once said, you can only lose what you cling to. When you stop clinging, what is there to lose? What is there to fear? This is why non-attachment is so deeply healing for anxiety. It removes the very fuel that anxiety feeds upon. In the end, non-attachment is not about losing, it is about gaining freedom. Freedom to love without fear. Freedom to live without chains. Freedom to experience life fully, moment by moment, without needing to hold it still. Imagine yourself standing in a flowing river. If you fight the current, clinging to every rock, you suffer. But if you trust the flow, lifting your feet and moving with it, you discover that the river carries you with ease. Life is this river. Non-attachment is the trust to let it carry you. So, dear listener, let go, not of love, not of joy, not of life itself. Let go of fear, let go of control, let go of the chains that bind your heart. In that letting go, you will discover a peace so vast, so spacious, that anxiety will no longer find a place to stay. If non-attachment is the art of letting go, loving kindness, metta, is the art of holding on gently with warmth, care, and compassion. In Buddhism, loving kindness is not simply affection, nor is it limited to romantic or familial love. It is an unconditional goodwill, a boundless friendliness, a softening of the heart toward all beings, including ourselves. For someone living with anxiety, loving kindness is medicine. Why? Because anxiety thrives in environments of judgment and harshness. Think about it. When the mind is anxious, we often turn against ourselves. We criticize, we condemn, we ask, why can't I be stronger? Why do I feel this way? What's wrong with me? This self-directed hostility fuels the fire of anxiety. Loving kindness, by contrast, is water. It cools the flames. It teaches us to turn toward our pain, not with rejection, but with care. Let us begin with the self, because this is often the hardest place to practice. The Buddha taught that just as a mother would protect her only child, we too should cultivate a boundless love toward ourselves. Imagine a child who is scared at night, trembling under the covers. What soothes that child is not scolding, but a gentle voice, a comforting embrace. Anxiety makes us that child. Loving kindness is the voice that whispers, "It's okay. You are safe. You are enough." Now, some people resist this practice. They say, "But if I show myself kindness, won't I become lazy or weak? Don't I need to be tough to overcome my problems?" This is a misunderstanding. Loving kindness is not indulgence, it is nourishment. A tree does not grow strong by being beaten. It grows strong when watered and cared for. In the same way, a mind softened by kindness becomes resilient, not fragile. It is the harsh, self-critical mind that breaks under pressure. The kind mind bends, heals, and grows. The practice of loving kindness often begins with a simple meditation. You sit quietly, bring yourself to mind, and silently repeat phrases like, "May I be safe. May I be healthy. May I be peaceful. May I be free from suffering." At first it may feel mechanical or even uncomfortable, especially if you carry deep self-criticism. But over time, the words begin to soften the heart. They become seeds planted in the soil of the mind, seeds that grow into compassion and ease. Once you have practiced for yourself, you extend this kindness outward, to loved ones, to neutral people, even to those you struggle with, and eventually to all beings everywhere. Anxiety often shrinks our world, making us feel trapped in the prison of our own mind. Loving kindness breaks down those walls, expanding our perspective. When you send goodwill outward, the heart feels spacious, anxiety loosens, and you realize you are part of something vast and interconnected. Let me share a story. A monk once taught a group of students the practice of metta. One student complained, "But I have so much anger. How can I possibly send love to those who have hurt me?" The monk replied, "Imagine holding a torch in the darkness. That torch does not choose where to shine, it simply radiates light. In the same way, loving kindness is not about who deserves it. It is about letting your heart shine naturally, without discrimination. Anxiety, which thrives on fear and isolation, cannot survive in the presence of such light. Now, what does loving kindness look like in daily life? It can be as simple as how we speak to ourselves in moments of stress. Instead of saying, "I'm such a failure," you might say, "This is hard, but I'm doing my best." Instead of saying, "I can't handle this," you might say, "I will take it one step at a time." These shifts seem small, but over time they transform the entire inner climate. Loving kindness also shows up in how we treat others. Anxiety often makes us withdraw or feel alone. But when we practice kindness toward others, even a smile, a gentle word, a listening ear, we create connections that soothe the heart. Neuroscience now confirms this. Acts of kindness release oxytocin, the bonding hormone, which calms stress and brings feelings of safety. Buddhism knew this long ago. Compassion is not only for others, it heals the giver as well. There is also the practice of forgiveness. Anxiety often chains us to the past, reliving mistakes, replaying regrets. Loving kindness invites forgiveness, not as an excuse, but as a release. To say, "I forgive myself for being imperfect. I forgive others for their ignorance. May we all be free." Forgiveness is the cutting of ropes that bind the anxious heart. And consider this, loving kindness is not about waiting until you feel peaceful to practice it. It is most powerful when anxiety is present. The moment your chest tightens, the moment your mind spins, pause. Place a hand over your heart and silently say, "May I be calm, may I be safe, may I meet this moment with kindness." Do this not once, but again and again. Each time you are retraining the mind, redirecting it from fear toward care. Another beautiful aspect of metta is that it dissolves the illusion of separation. Anxiety often makes us feel like we are the only ones suffering, cut off from others. But when you practice loving kindness, you begin to see that everyone, every person you pass on the street, carries their own fears, their own struggles. This recognition breeds compassion. You are not alone in your anxiety. You are part of the vast human story of vulnerability. And in that realization, your burden feels lighter. The Buddha taught that cultivating loving kindness leads to a mind like a great river, broad, deep, and boundless. In such a mind, anxiety becomes like a small ripple on the surface, unable to disturb the vastness beneath. Imagine your heart expanding so wide that fear, judgment, and restlessness no longer dominate the space. This is the gift of metta. Let us make this practical with a short exercise. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Bring to mind someone you care for deeply, someone who naturally evokes warmth. Visualize them smiling, happy, at peace. Now silently repeat, "May you be safe. May you be healthy. May you be peaceful. May you be free from suffering." Stay with this image for a while, letting the feeling of kindness fill your body. Then, gently turn this same kindness toward yourself. Feel the warmth flowing inward. Finally, imagine it expanding outward to include all beings, near and far, friend and stranger, even those you find difficult. With practice, this exercise becomes a sanctuary, a refuge from anxiety. It is said in the Buddhist texts that loving kindness has 11 benefits. You sleep peacefully, you wake joyfully, you are free from nightmares, you are loved by others, and your mind becomes calm and clear. Whether or not you believe in all of these promises, one thing is certain. When you live with kindness, life feels lighter. And perhaps this is the deepest truth. Loving kindness is not something you must create out of nothing. It is already within you. Beneath the layers of fear and anxiety, the heart naturally longs to love, to care, to connect. Practicing metta is simply uncovering what has always been there. So, when anxiety whispers harsh words, answer with kindness. When the mind says, "You are not enough," respond with, "May I be at peace." When the world feels cold, let your heart shine warmth. In this way, loving kindness becomes not just a practice, but a way of being, a steady flame that lights the path out of anxiety, one gentle breath, one kind thought, one compassionate act at a time. We have already spoken of loving kindness as a medicine for the anxious heart. But let us go even deeper, because metta is not just a practice, it is a way of reshaping the very fabric of our minds. The Buddha described the cultivation of loving kindness as boundless. That word is important. Boundless means it is not restricted, not partial, not dependent on who is deserving. When we practice metta, we are asked to go beyond the small circle of preference and expand the heart without limit. In anxiety, the mind contracts. It becomes small, tight, obsessed with a single worry. Loving kindness does the opposite. It expands. It opens the heart so wide that anxious thoughts no longer dominate the landscape. Think of the difference between a drop of ink falling into a small glass of water versus a drop of ink falling into the ocean. In the glass, the water becomes murky, clouded. In the ocean, the ink dissolves into vastness, barely noticeable. Your anxious thought is the drop of ink. Your mind without loving kindness is the small glass. Your mind with loving kindness is the ocean. The practice is about creating that inner ocean of spaciousness. But how do we live this out in ordinary life? The Buddha gave guidance. He encouraged us to radiate kindness in all directions. above, below, to the east, to the west, without end. This doesn't mean we must force ourselves to like everyone instantly. It means we practice gradually, expanding outward. Start with yourself, then a loved one, then a neutral person, then even someone difficult. The point is not perfection, it is expansion. Each step stretches the boundaries of your heart, like a muscle becoming stronger through use. And the beauty of loving kindness is that it is not limited to meditation. It can be infused into every action. When you speak, ask, "Are my words kind?" When you act, ask, "Is my intention rooted in care?" When you think, ask, "Can I soften this thought with compassion?" Imagine the effect if every word, action, and thought became a vessel for kindness. Anxiety, which thrives in environments of harshness, would find little room to grow. Let us reflect on one of the oldest metta chants still recited today in monasteries across Asia. May all beings be happy. May all beings be safe. May all beings be free from suffering. May their hearts be filled with peace. Notice how simple the words are. They are not complex philosophies. They are universal wishes. Anyone, anywhere can say them, and yet, when repeated with sincerity, they reshape the mind. Imagine falling asleep each night with those words on your lips, instead of anxious thoughts. Imagine beginning your day with them before checking your phone or rushing to work. Such small acts of kindness ripple outward into every corner of your life. Science now echoes what ancient monks knew. Studies on loving-kindness meditation show that it reduces anxiety, lowers blood pressure, increases positive emotions, and even strengthens the immune system. But more importantly, it changes how we relate to ourselves. People who practice metta report less self-criticism and greater resilience. In a world where anxiety often whispers, "You are not enough," loving kindness is the bold reply, "I am enough, and so is everyone else." There is also a profound social dimension to loving kindness. Anxiety isolates. It convinces us that we are alone in our struggle. But when you extend kindness to others, you discover connection. You realize, "I am not the only one who suffers. I am not the only one who longs for peace." This recognition dissolves loneliness. The walls of the anxious mind begin to crumble, replaced by bridges of compassion. But loving kindness is not always easy. There will be days when you don't feel it, days when your heart feels heavy, when resentment or fear seems stronger than goodwill, and that is okay. Loving kindness is not about perfection, it is about persistence. Even if your words feel hollow, keep planting the seeds. A farmer does not despair because the seed has not yet sprouted. He waters it daily, trusting the process. In the same way, trust that every moment of practice is watering the seeds of peace in your heart. Perhaps the greatest test of loving kindness is toward those who have harmed us. This is not about condoning harmful actions, but about freeing ourselves from the poison of hatred. Carrying resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. Loving kindness says, "I release this burden. May they find peace, so that harm may end." This release does not weaken us, it liberates us. It unclenches the tight fist of anger and replaces it with an open hand. And in that open hand, anxiety has nowhere to cling. For anxiety thrives in grasping, clenching, fearing. Loving kindness dissolves those knots, leaving only openness. Let us end this reflection with an image. Imagine your heart as a lamp, glowing softly in the darkness. Each time you practice loving kindness, the glow becomes stronger. At first, it lights only your own room. But as you continue, it spills into the hallway, into the street, into the world. Eventually, your lamp becomes a beacon, a light that not only guides you through your own anxiety, but offers comfort to all who cross your path. This is the true power of loving kindness. It is not just a practice, it is a way of being, a way of meeting anxiety not with resistance, but with tenderness, a way of transforming suffering into connection, a way of making your heart vast enough to hold the whole world in peace. And so, loving kindness becomes not just something we practice in quiet moments of meditation, but something that follows us into every breath, every glance, every word we offer to the world. Think about how the mind usually behaves when anxiety is present. It narrows, it focuses on threats, it sharpens its claws, always ready to defend. In this contracted state, even small challenges feel overwhelming. But when you bring in loving kindness, the opposite happens. The mind expands, softens, becomes gentle. What once felt unbearable now seems manageable, because you are no longer meeting life as an enemy, but as a companion. One of the subtle truths of metta is that it transforms how we experience even ordinary interactions. Imagine standing in line at a grocery store. Your anxious mind might normally fill the silence with restless thoughts. Why is this line so slow? What if I'm late? What will people think? But with loving kindness, you begin to notice the person ahead of you. You silently wish them well. May they be happy. May they be safe. You look at the cashier and think, may they be free from stress. May they find peace. Suddenly, the line is no longer a source of irritation, but a field of practice. Anxiety gives way to connection, and connection gives way to calm. Loving kindness also changes how we see ourselves in moments of failure. Anxiety often whispers, "You messed up. You are not good enough. You will never be okay." These are harsh voices, and the mind absorbs them like poison. But when you apply metta, you answer differently. I made a mistake, yes, but may I learn from it? May I grow? May I be patient with myself? Notice the difference. One voice condemns, the other encourages. One voice fuels anxiety, the other nurtures resilience. This is why metta is sometimes described as the inner friend, the companion who always speaks with kindness, even when the world does not. Another depth of this practice is that loving kindness helps us face fear itself. Anxiety often arises because we try to push fear away. We resist it, run from it, drown in it. But metta invites us to sit with fear, to place a gentle hand on it and say, I see you. I know you are here. May I meet you with compassion. Instead of being a monster under the bed, fear becomes a visitor, acknowledged and cared for. And in that acknowledgement, its power fades. The Buddhist texts tell stories of monks meditating in forests filled with wild animals and spirits. Fear would arise, as it does in any human heart. And what was the antidote the Buddha prescribed? Loving kindness. The monks were taught to radiate goodwill in all directions, to every being, animal, spirit, human, until the forest itself seemed to hum with peace. Imagine that, a mind so filled with love that even fear of the dark could not touch it. Anxiety is our modern forest. Loving kindness is our lamp in that forest. Now let us consider another dimension, loving kindness as a training in equality. Anxiety often creates comparison. They are better than me. I am worse. I will never measure up. This seesaw of judgment destabilizes the mind. But when you practice metta, you wish well for all equally. You do not say, may only the successful be happy. You say, may all beings be happy. This includes the rich and the poor, the strong and the weak, the friend and the stranger. In this vast equality, comparison dissolves. Anxiety, which feeds on comparison, finds no food. We can even practice metta toward the future. Anxiety often lives in tomorrow. What if this happens? What if that goes wrong? Instead of battling these thoughts, we can meet them with kindness. You can silently say, whatever the future holds, may I meet it with courage. May I remain at peace. This simple shift transforms fear of the unknown into trust in your capacity to face it. And let us not forget the body. Anxiety is not only in the mind, it is also in the body, tightening muscles, racing the heart, clenching the stomach. Loving kindness can be directed toward the body itself. As you breathe, silently offer kindness. May my body be at ease. May these shoulders soften. May this heart be calm. The body responds to such care. Muscles relax, tension eases, the nervous system begins to settle. Loving kindness is not just a thought. It is a physical balm. Here is another story. A woman once came to a meditation teacher filled with grief after losing her child. She said, "My heart is broken. I cannot bear this pain." The teacher gently replied, "Yes, your heart is broken. Now let it be broken open. Let loving kindness flow from that brokenness, not just to yourself, but to every parent, every child, every person who suffers loss." And she discovered something profound. Her grief did not vanish, but it became a channel of compassion. Anxiety and sorrow transformed into a bridge of connection with all beings. This is the alchemy of metta. It turns even pain into love. If we carry this practice consistently, day after day, it reshapes us at the deepest level. Neuroscience shows that loving kindness meditation actually rewires the brain, strengthening areas linked to empathy and reducing reactivity in the fear centers. But beyond science, the lived experience is undeniable. The more kindness you offer, the lighter your heart feels. Anxiety becomes like a guest who visits but no longer overstays, because the house of your mind is filled with such warmth that fear cannot take root for long. Ultimately, loving kindness teaches us that peace is not something we wait for, it is something we cultivate. It is not about waiting for life to stop being hard or for anxiety to vanish on its own. It is about choosing in each moment to respond with care instead of cruelty, with gentleness instead of judgment, with warmth instead of coldness. And perhaps the deepest lesson is this: loving kindness reveals that at the heart of all beings, beneath fear, beneath anger, beneath anxiety, there is a wish to be happy. When we recognize this, in ourselves and in others, our entire relationship with the world changes. We no longer see enemies, only fellow travelers. We no longer see ourselves as broken, only as human. And in that recognition, anxiety finally loosens its grip, because we are no longer fighting life. We are embracing it. Anxiety is, at its core, a matter of perception. It arises when we see life through a distorted lens, when we magnify dangers, misinterpret uncertainties, and believe stories the mind tells without question. Buddhism teaches that one of the most powerful ways to quiet the mind and free ourselves from suffering is to cultivate right view, the first step on the Noble Eightfold Path. But what is right view? At first glance, it might sound like having the correct opinion or adopting a set of beliefs. But in Buddhism, right view is not dogma. It is not about clinging to a creed or memorizing doctrines. Instead, right view is about seeing reality as it truly is, without distortion, without delusion, without the fog of craving or fear. It is about replacing confusion with clarity, illusion with insight. And for the anxious heart, this is a revelation, because anxiety thrives on wrong view, on misperception, on exaggeration, on mistaken beliefs about ourselves and the world. Right view cuts through these clouds like sunlight breaking through a storm, the roots of wrong view. To understand the power of right view, we must first see how wrong view shapes our suffering. When the mind is anxious, it whispers, "This feeling will never go away. If I don't control everything, disaster will strike. I am not strong enough. The future is terrifying, and I cannot face it." These are wrong views, not because they are immoral, but because they are untrue. No feeling lasts forever. No one controls everything. Strength is revealed in facing fear, not in avoiding it. And the future is always uncertain, but not always dangerous. Yet when we believe these distorted views, we suffer. Think of wrong view like wearing a pair of cracked glasses. Everything you see is bent, blurry, exaggerated. You mistake a shadow for a monster, a rope for a snake, a passing worry for permanent doom. Anxiety is the trembling that comes from looking at life through those cracked lenses. Right view, then, is like putting on clear glasses for the first time. Suddenly you see the shadow is just a shadow, the rope is just a rope, the worry is just a thought passing by. The Buddha's teaching on right view. The Buddha described right view as understanding four basic truths. Life contains suffering, dukkha. Suffering arises from craving and clinging. Suffering can end. There is a path that leads to that end. At first, this may sound heavy. Life contains suffering, but look closer. The Buddha wasn't pessimistic, he was realistic. He saw that anxiety, stress, grief, and fear are part of being human. Right view begins by acknowledging this, instead of pretending life should always be easy. For an anxious person, this is already liberating. Anxiety often whispers, "Why me? Why am I the only one who feels this way?" Right view answers, "You are not alone. All humans suffer. This is part of life." In that recognition, the burden already feels lighter. The second truth shows us where suffering comes from: craving, clinging, resisting what is. Anxiety clings to certainty, clings to safety, clings to control. But life is uncertain, and when we resist this truth, we suffer. Right view teaches us to see this cycle clearly so that we can step out of it. The third truth brings hope. Suffering can end. Anxiety is not permanent. Peace is possible. This is not wishful thinking. It is a truth revealed through practice. Countless practitioners across centuries have discovered freedom by seeing clearly. The fourth truth is the path itself, the noble eightfold path, of which right view is the beginning. In this way, right view is both the first step and the lens through which every other step is taken. Now, let us make this practical. How does right view help us with anxiety? An anxious mind often exaggerates danger. Right view reminds us thoughts are not facts. Just because the mind says this will go wrong does not mean it is true. Right view teaches us to see thoughts as passing events, not absolute truths. An anxious mind often clings to the idea of control. Right view reminds us control is an illusion. Life is unpredictable, and fighting this only fuels fear. By seeing clearly, we accept uncertainty not as an enemy, but as the natural state of life. An anxious mind often judges itself harshly. Right view reminds us, suffering is universal. You are not broken for feeling anxious, you are human. Instead of isolating, this recognition connects you with every being who has ever felt fear, stress, or sorrow. Right view does not eliminate anxiety instantly. Instead, it gently shifts the foundation on which anxiety rests. Like pulling the rug out from under a heavy table, the structure collapses on its own. There is a story of a farmer in the Buddha's time. He complained to the Buddha that his life was filled with problems. His crops sometimes failed, his children disobeyed, his animals got sick. He wanted a solution that would remove all his problems. The Buddha told him, "I cannot give you that. Everyone has problems. What I can give you is a way to relate to them differently." This was right view, not erasing suffering, but seeing it clearly without the added layer of resistance. Imagine standing in the rain. Wrong view says, "This is unbearable. It should not be raining. I will be stuck in this storm forever." Right view says, "It is raining. Rain comes and goes. I may get wet, but I will not drown." Same rain, different view. Anxiety comes from the first, peace comes from the second. So how do we cultivate right view? Not by memorizing teachings, but by living them. Question your thoughts. When anxiety arises, pause and ask, is this true? Is this permanent? Is this helpful? Often you will see the distortion. Remember impermanence. No feeling, no situation lasts forever. Right view holds this truth close. See the bigger picture. Anxiety narrows the mind to a single worry. Right view expands it. reminding us that life is vast and this moment is only one part. Embrace uncertainty. Instead of demanding guarantees, right view accepts the unknown as part of reality. Anxiety lessens when we stop resisting what cannot be controlled. Compassion for yourself and others. Right view reminds us that all beings suffer. This softens judgment and brings connection. There is an even deeper level to right view. Buddhism teaches that everything we call self is not fixed. Our thoughts, feelings, identities, all are changing. Anxiety often clings to the idea of a permanent me who must be safe, who must be perfect, who must be in control. But right view reveals this me is just a collection of processes, body, mind, breath, flowing and changing. When we stop clinging to a rigid self, fear loosens. Who is there to protect when the self is not solid but fluid? This is not an abstract philosophy. Imagine watching your anxious thoughts arise. I am failing. With right view, you see, this is just a thought arising. It does not define me. It will pass. Suddenly, the weight is gone. Ultimately, right view is freedom from delusion. It is freedom from believing every anxious thought. It is freedom from fighting reality. It is freedom from isolation, as we see our suffering as part of the human condition, not a personal curse. With right view, life does not suddenly become perfect, but it becomes clear, and in clarity, there is peace. Anxiety thrives in confusion. Peace thrives in truth. The Buddha compared right view to the dawn before sunrise. The sky is still dark, but the first light has appeared. You know the sun is coming, you know the day will follow. Right view is that first light. It does not solve everything instantly, but it points the way, dispels the shadows, and promises that peace is possible. Think of someone who lives with clarity. They still face challenges, still feel fear, still encounter uncertainty. But when things go wrong, they do not collapse into despair. When things change, they do not cling desperately. When the future is uncertain, they do not invent monsters. They breathe, they see clearly, they act wisely. This is the fruit of right view, and you can cultivate this too. Each time anxiety arises, you have a choice to see through the cracked lens of wrong view or to polish the lens of right view. Each time you choose clarity, you strengthen the habit of peace. Right view is not a belief system to adopt. It is a way of seeing. It is the choice, again and again, to meet life as it is, not as the anxious mind imagines it. It is the courage to say, this too is part of life. This too will pass. I can meet it with clarity. And as you practice, anxiety begins to lose its power. The storm may still rage, but you are no longer blinded by it. You see the storm for what it is, passing weather, not the end of the world. You see your anxious thoughts for what they are, clouds, not the sky itself. You see yourself for what you truly are, not broken, not trapped, but a being capable of wisdom, compassion, and peace. This is right view. This is freedom through clarity. Right view is not something we grasp once and hold forever. It is not a single realization, like flipping a switch, that suddenly makes anxiety vanish. It is more like polishing a mirror. Each day we clean away a little dust. Each day we notice another smudge of confusion, another streak of fear, another crack of misperception. And with patient care, the mirror becomes clearer. We begin to see life as it is, not as the anxious mind imagines it to be. This is why the practice of right view requires gentleness. Many people misunderstand and turn it into another demand. I must always see clearly. I must never distort. I must be perfect in my wisdom. But that is just anxiety in disguise, using the language of practice. Right view is not about forcing the mind into clarity. It is about allowing clarity to emerge naturally when we step aside from delusion. It is about learning to recognize, over and over again, the difference between what is real and what is imagined. Take, for example, the experience of lying awake at night. The mind fills with stories. What if I fail tomorrow? What if this pain in my chest is something serious? What if I lose everything? In the grip of wrong view, these stories feel solid, undeniable. The heart races, the stomach tightens. But with right view, you begin to question, is this truly happening right now? Or is this just my mind weaving fear? You realize that in this moment, you are simply lying in bed, breathing. The stories are only thoughts, not truths. In that recognition, the body relaxes, the storm passes. This is not an abstract philosophy, it is lived clarity, applied in the simplest of moments. Right view also teaches us to look more deeply into the causes of things. Anxiety often makes life feel random, chaotic, threatening. But when you look with wisdom, you see that everything arises due to conditions. Just as a plant grows from soil, water, and sunlight, every thought and feeling in the mind arises from causes. Anxiety may come from fatigue, from past wounds, from unmet needs, from rapid breathing. It does not appear out of nowhere, nor does it define who you are. It is a temporary state, conditioned by circumstances which will pass when those conditions change. Seeing this with right view removes the weight of self-judgment. You stop saying, I am an anxious person, and instead say, anxiety is present right now because of certain conditions. This small shift transforms identity into observation, and observation into freedom. One of the most beautiful images the Buddha gave is that of the lotus flower. The lotus grows out of the mud, yet rises above it, untouched, opening its petals to the sun. Our anxious mind is the mud, murky, restless, filled with confusion. Right view is the lotus, emerging clean and whole, revealing the possibility of peace even in the midst of turmoil. The mud does not vanish, but it no longer imprisons us. We see clearly that the mud is the condition for growth, and the flower is the result of wisdom. The practice of right view also asks us to be honest about the stories we cling to. Anxiety often rests on unquestioned assumptions. If I am not perfect, I am worthless. If I cannot predict the future, I will be destroyed. If people see my flaws, I will be unloved. These are not truths. They are stories carved into us by culture, by childhood, by habit. Right view is the courage to look at these stories directly and ask, is this reality, or is this only conditioning? Time and again you will find that what you believed as an iron law is only a shadow on the wall, disappearing when light is shone upon it. There is a story told in the Buddhist tradition of a man shot with an arrow. Instead of removing the arrow, the man insists, I must know who shot it. Was he tall or short? Did he use a strong bow or a weak one? What kind of feathers are on the shaft? Meanwhile, the arrow remains lodged in his body, causing pain. This is the condition of wrong view, lost in speculation, paralyzed by fear, while suffering continues. Right view is the wisdom of removing the arrow first, tending to the wound, seeing clearly what matters. Anxiety, too, is often like that arrow. We get lost in endless what-ifs and why-me questions, while the real healing comes from turning toward the present moment and gently removing the arrow of fear. Right view also shows us the importance of balance. Anxiety often pushes us into extremes, either clinging tightly to control or collapsing into despair. But right view sees the middle way. It does not demand certainty where there is none, nor does it surrender to hopelessness. It walks calmly between the two, acknowledging uncertainty without exaggerating it, acknowledging difficulty without dramatizing it. It is the steady step on the narrow path, refusing to topple into extremes. Think of the mind as a lake. When wrong view dominates, the surface is churned by winds, waves rising, reflections distorted. We mistake ripples for monsters, our own reflection for something frightening. But when right view is present, the wind calms, the surface clears, and the lake reflects reality as it is: trees, sky, sunlight. The world has not changed, but our seeing has changed. And in that shift, peace arises. Right view is also deeply connected with compassion. When we see clearly, we realize that everyone suffers, that every harsh action from another arises from their own fear, their own confusion. Anxiety often isolates us, convincing us that we are alone in our struggle. Right view shows us otherwise. It reveals that suffering is the common thread of humanity, that every being longs for safety and peace. In this recognition, the walls of isolation crumble, and we discover connection. Anxiety weakens when we no longer feel cut off from the world. But clarity is not only for grand realizations, it is for the small, ordinary moments. You are stuck in traffic, and the mind begins to rage. This is ruining everything. I cannot stand it. Wrong view says the traffic is permanent, unbearable, catastrophic. Right view says, this is traffic. It will pass. I can breathe. I am safe in this moment. The horns still blare, the cars still crawl, but your mind is calm. This is the quiet miracle of seeing clearly. Some might say, but how do I know if I truly have right view? What if I am only fooling myself? The answer is not found in theory, but in your heart. Right view is not measured by how much you can explain, but by the fruits it bears. If your mind becomes more peaceful, if your heart becomes softer, if your anxiety loosens its grip, then you are walking in right view. The Buddha often said, do not believe his words blindly. Test them in your own life. If they bring clarity and ease, that is right view. And so, cultivating this wisdom is less about acquiring knowledge and more about unlearning delusion. Anxiety thrives in illusions, the illusion of permanence, the illusion of control, the illusion of separation. Right view strips away these illusions one by one, revealing life as it is, impermanent, interconnected, uncertain, yet also rich, precious, and filled with the possibility of peace. In the end, right view is not about escaping life. It is about entering life fully, without the veil of distortion. It is about standing in the middle of your fears and seeing them clearly for what they are. Passing shadows, not eternal truths. And in that seeing, a new kind of freedom arises. You discover that anxiety no longer dictates your life. You discover that clarity itself is peace. You discover that to see rightly is to live wisely, and to live wisely is to live free. And so, each time anxiety arises, remember this practice. Pause, breathe, ask yourself, what am I truly seeing right now? Is it reality or is it a story? And let the clarity of right view guide you back to the ground beneath your feet, the breath in your lungs, the simple truth of this moment. Again and again, you return to clarity. Again and again, you return to peace. Right view is often compared to opening the eyes after a long dream. Imagine sleeping deeply, caught in a nightmare, heart racing, body sweating, convinced that monsters are real and dangers surround you. In the dream, your fear is overwhelming. But then you wake up, and the moment your eyes open, you realize it was only a dream. Nothing has changed in the outside world, but your perception has changed completely. The fear dissolves, not because the monsters were defeated, but because you saw them for what they were. Anxiety in daily life is much like this. We live inside the dream of our fears, believing every image, every thought, every story the mind creates. Right view is the waking up. It is the realization that most of what terrifies us is not reality itself, but the dream we build around it. This waking up does not happen all at once. It comes gradually, like dawn before sunrise. At first, the light is faint, just enough to see vague outlines. The mind still trembles, but glimpses of clarity appear. Then, as practice continues, the light grows. You begin to see details more clearly. This thought is only a thought. This feeling will pass. This fear is not the whole truth. Finally, the full sun rises, and clarity floods everything. You still face challenges, but they are bathed in the light of wisdom. What once seemed overwhelming now appears manageable. This is the progression of right view, from faint glimpses to full illumination. But there is another subtle aspect of right view. It is not just about what we see, it is also about how we see. Two people may look at the same situation and experience it entirely differently. One, filled with anxiety, sees a looming catastrophe. The other, grounded in clarity, sees only a challenge to meet. The difference is not in the world, but in the view. Right view is the training of perception, the cultivation of eyes that see reality with balance, without magnifying or minimizing, without clinging or rejecting. Consider the example of a doctor examining an illness. An anxious patient may think, "This is the end, I cannot recover." Wrong view exaggerates the illness into doom. A careless person may think, "It is nothing, I don't need to care." Wrong view minimizes reality into denial. But the wise doctor looks carefully, neither exaggerating nor dismissing, seeing clearly what is present and prescribing the right medicine. Right view is this middle way of seeing, applied not only to illness but to every moment of life. In Buddhism, there is also the understanding that right view is of two kinds. The first is conventional, the second is deeper insight. The conventional right view is about understanding cause and effect. It is recognizing that our actions have consequences, that kindness brings peace, that harm brings suffering. This already transforms how we live, because anxiety often arises when we feel powerless. But when we see clearly that every action plants a seed, we reclaim a sense of agency. Even in uncertainty, we can choose wholesome actions, and these choices build stability and peace. The deeper right view is about seeing impermanence, suffering, and non-self in all things. It is the recognition that everything changes, that clinging leads to unrest, and that there is no fixed, unchanging self to defend. This deeper view unravels the very roots of anxiety. For anxiety thrives on the illusion of permanence, the illusion of control, the illusion of a solid self who must be protected at all costs. When these illusions are seen through, anxiety has no ground to stand on. And yet, this insight is not cold or abstract. It is warm, practical, and intimate. Imagine holding a cup of tea. Wrong view says, "This tea will always be here. I cannot bear to lose it." When the tea cools or spills, suffering follows. Right view says, "This tea is here now, warm in my hands, fragrant in this moment. It will pass, but for now I will enjoy it." Anxiety dissolves, replaced by gratitude. Such a simple shift, yet so profound. Right view also changes how we face the future. Anxiety fills the future with shadows, projecting fears into the unknown. But the future is not yet real. It is only an idea, a thought constructed in the present. Right view recognizes this. It sees that worrying endlessly about tomorrow does not change tomorrow. It only steals peace from today. This does not mean we stop preparing or caring about the future. It means we prepare wisely, without being consumed by fear. Just as a farmer plants seeds in the present with care, trusting that the future harvest will depend on many conditions, we too act responsibly now, while accepting that the future will unfold as it will. There is a saying in the Buddhist tradition, "Right view is like standing on solid ground." Imagine being in a storm. If you stand on mud, the ground gives way beneath you. Each step sinks, each movement adds to panic. But if you stand on firm ground, the storm may rage, yet you remain steady. Right view is that firm ground. It does not stop the winds of life, but it prevents you from sinking in them. Let us also remember that right view is deeply connected with compassion. When we see clearly, we recognize the shared vulnerability of all beings. Anxiety often makes us feel isolated. No one else feels this. No one else understands. But right view shows us that every human heart knows fear, every life faces uncertainty, every being longs for safety. In this recognition, we are no longer alone. Right view expands our perspective from me and my suffering to we and our shared humanity. That expansion itself softens anxiety because connection replaces isolation. A story is told of two monks crossing a river. One struggled against the current, fearful of being swept away. His mind screamed, "This is too strong, I will drown." The other flowed with the water, allowing it to carry him while gently guiding himself to shore. Both faced the same river, but their views were different. The first saw only danger, the second saw both danger and possibility. Right view is learning to see like the second monk, not ignoring the currents, but understanding them, moving with them, trusting that clarity and patience lead to safety. Right view also teaches humility. Anxiety often grows from the need to be certain, to be in control, to know everything. But right view accepts the limits of knowledge. It says, "I do not know everything, and that is okay. I will meet each moment as it comes." This humility is not weakness, it is strength. It frees us from the impossible task of predicting every outcome, allowing us instead to rest in the reality of now. And yet, right view is not passive. It is not about surrendering to fate or doing nothing. It is about acting wisely, grounded in clarity rather than fear. When the mind is anxious, we may react impulsively, avoiding, escaping, or lashing out. With right view, we respond instead of react. We pause, we breathe, we see clearly, and then act in ways that reduce harm and cultivate peace. This shift from reaction to response is one of the greatest gifts of clarity. Ultimately, right view is the art of living with eyes open. It is the courage to see life as it is, without embellishment, without distortion, without denial. It is the wisdom to understand that everything changes, that clinging brings suffering, and that peace is found not in controlling life, but in seeing it clearly. When this wisdom deepens, anxiety loses its fuel. Fear may still arise, but it no longer defines you. It becomes like a passing cloud in a vast sky, noticed but not clung to, felt but not feared. In this way, right view becomes more than a principle. It becomes a refuge, a place you can return to again and again, whenever the mind grows restless, whenever anxiety takes hold. Each time you return, you polish the mirror a little more, you wake from the dream a little more, you strengthen the ground beneath your feet. Over time, you discover that clarity itself is peace, that to see rightly is to be free. Right view, in its deepest sense, is not something separate from us. It is not a foreign idea that we must import into our lives. It is more like remembering something we have always known but have forgotten. A child, when very young, lives closer to this truth. They cry when they are hurt, they laugh when they are joyful, and they let each moment pass without clinging too tightly. A child can play with a toy 1 minute and forget it the next. But as we grow, layers of conditioning cover this natural clarity. We learn to hold grudges, to cling to possessions, to fear the future, to define ourselves with labels. Right view is not creating something new. It is uncovering the natural wisdom that has always been there beneath the noise. Anxiety thrives when we forget this wisdom. It thrives when we mistake our thoughts for reality. Think of how often the mind says, "What if?" and then spins an entire drama around it. What if I fail? What if they judge me? What if the worst happens? In those moments, the body reacts as if the imagined story is already real. The heart races, the breath shortens, the muscles tighten. Wrong view convinces us that imagination is reality. Right view gently reminds us, this is only a thought. The future has not yet arrived. I am here, now. With practice, this recognition becomes quicker, more natural, until anxious thoughts no longer sweep us away as easily. Sometimes people ask, but isn't it dangerous to question my thoughts? What if I ignore a real threat? Right view does not mean denying reality. It does not mean pretending danger never exists. It means discerning carefully between what is real and what is imagined. If a car is speeding toward you, right view tells you to step aside. But if the mind whispers, everyone will hate me if I speak up, right view helps you see that this is not a fact, only a fear. Anxiety collapses when we stop treating fear as certainty. There is a story in the Buddhist texts of a group of travelers who saw something coiled on the path. In the dim light, they all thought it was a snake. Panic spread. They shouted, froze, some even turned back. But when the light grew stronger, they saw it was only a rope. Their fear had been real, their bodies had trembled, but the object of fear was an illusion. How often is anxiety just this? A rope mistaken for a snake. Right view is the light that reveals the rope for what it is. But right view is not only about fear, it is also about joy. When we see clearly, joy arises naturally because we stop taking things for granted. We realize that everything is impermanent, fragile, precious. Anxiety shrinks the world into threats, but right view widens it into wonder. The sound of the wind in the trees, the smile of a stranger, the warmth of a cup of tea, all become treasures when seen with clear eyes. The anxious mind often misses these small gifts, too busy scanning for danger. Right view brings us back again and again to the richness of the present. Clarity also changes our relationship with time. Wrong view chains us to the past or projects us endlessly into the future. Right view returns us to the only place we ever truly live, the present moment. This is not a cliché, it is a practical medicine. Anxiety says, what if tomorrow is unbearable? Right view answers, tomorrow is not here. What is here now? A breath, a body, a moment. Anxiety says, I cannot escape what I did years ago. Right view replies, the past is gone. Only memory remains. You are here now, not there. Each time we return to this moment, we cut the chains of time and free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. Some teachers describe right view as like looking through clear water. If the water is muddy, we cannot see what lies beneath, and we imagine monsters. But when the mud settles, the water becomes transparent, and we see clearly that there are only stones and fish, nothing to fear. The mind is the same. When stirred by craving and fear, it muddies itself with stories, hiding reality. But when stilled with mindfulness and wisdom, the mud settles and reality becomes clear. What once seemed terrifying is revealed to be ordinary. It is also important to understand that right view is not cold intellect. It is not about analyzing everything to death. That itself can be a trap of anxiety, the constant need to dissect, to be certain, to figure everything out before taking a step. Right view is warmer than that. It is direct seeing, intuitive, embodied. When you place your hand on your heart during anxiety and notice, this is fear, it is rising. It will pass. You are practicing right view. No philosophy required, only presence and recognition. And yet, right view deepens endlessly. At its most profound, it reveals that there is no fixed, permanent self who suffers. Anxiety often feels like I am anxious, I am broken, I am trapped. But when seen clearly, what is really happening? There are sensations in the body, thoughts in the mind, feelings in the heart. They arise, they pass, they change. The I we cling to is only a collection of these shifting processes. When this is seen deeply, anxiety loses its anchor because there is no solid self to cling to it. There is only a flow of experience, moment by moment. This does not erase life's difficulties, but it transforms how we hold them. The fear becomes lighter when we realize we are not a prison, but a river. Sometimes the practice of right view can feel like standing at the edge of a vast ocean. At first, the size overwhelms us. The horizon seems endless, the waves unpredictable. But as we watch more closely, we see patterns. Waves rise and fall, tides come and go. Beneath the surface there is depth and calm. Life is like this. Anxiety focuses only on the waves, convinced they will drown us. Right view sees the whole ocean, waves and depths, storms and stillness. In this seeing, we learn to float instead of thrash. We learn to trust the vastness instead of fearing it. And perhaps the most comforting truth of right view is this: clarity itself is enough. We do not need to force peace. We do not need to control outcomes. We do not need to escape anxiety by sheer willpower. When we see clearly, peace arises naturally, like water becoming still when left undisturbed. The anxious mind is like a pond we keep stirring with sticks, poking it with fears, with judgments, with demands. Right view is the decision to set down the stick and let the water settle. The stillness was always there, waiting. So when you find yourself caught in worry, remember, the snake may only be a rope. The storm may only be passing weather. The story may only be a dream. Place your feet gently on the ground of clarity. Breathe. Remind yourself, this is a thought, not reality. This is a moment, not eternity. This too will pass. In that simple recognition, you are already living in right view. And each time you return, each time you remember, you strengthen the habit of clarity until it becomes your natural way of seeing. Over time, anxiety becomes less of a prison and more of a teacher. Each wave of fear becomes another opportunity to practice, another reminder to see clearly. Instead of saying, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to say, "Ah, here is fear again. Let me look closely. Let me see with wisdom." And slowly, gently, the monster under the bed dissolves into shadows. The nightmare dissolves into a dream. The cracked lens becomes whole. You awaken, again and again, into the reality of this moment, clear, direct, alive. This is right view in its living form. The modern mind is restless, not only because of fear, but also because of excess. We live in an age of constant stimulation. Messages, screens, advertisements, choices upon choices. Every moment brings new noise to the senses, new demands on attention, new complexities to manage. Anxiety thrives in this storm, feeding on clutter and confusion. The Buddhist path reminds us of an ancient truth. Peace is not found in having more, but in needing less. Simplicity is not deprivation, it is freedom. When we speak of simplicity in Buddhism, we are not only talking about external possessions. Yes, monks traditionally live with few belongings, just a robe and a bowl. But the deeper simplicity is inward. It is a simplicity of mind, a clarity of priorities, a release from unnecessary complication. A person can live in a small hut and still be burdened by a mind cluttered with desire. Another can live in a city filled with movement and still carry a heart that is simple, clear, and at peace. To understand simplicity, imagine carrying a heavy backpack filled with objects you do not need: old clothes, broken tools, stones. Every step feels harder, every hill exhausting. This is how most of us live. We carry grudges, expectations, endless plans, comparisons, regrets. Anxiety is like the ache in our shoulders from this unnecessary weight. Simplicity is the act of setting down the backpack. Suddenly, you walk lighter. The hill is still there, but it no longer crushes you. Simplicity begins with the material. The Buddha often reminded his disciples that possessions are not evil, but attachment to them brings restlessness. When we surround ourselves with excess, we create endless maintenance, endless worry. The anxious mind says, "What if I lose this? What if it breaks? What if someone takes it? Each object becomes another chain. Simplicity asks, do I truly need this? Does this bring peace, or does it complicate my life? In learning to let go, even of small things, the mind begins to taste freedom. But the deeper power of simplicity lies in thoughts. Our inner world is often more cluttered than our homes. Think of how many voices speak in your mind each day: worries about the future, arguments from the past, self-criticism, fantasies, plans upon plans. It is like living in a crowded marketplace where every stall is shouting for your attention. No wonder anxiety grows. There is no silence, no space. Simplicity of mind means gently turning down the noise. It means asking, which of these thoughts are necessary right now? Which are only noise? When we let go of the unnecessary, what remains is clarity. Consider eating a meal. In a distracted mind, eating becomes complicated. You scroll through your phone, you replay conversations, you compare the meal to others you've had, you rush to finish. The body eats, but the mind is elsewhere. In simplicity, you sit quietly with your food. You taste each bite, you notice the texture, you feel gratitude. The meal becomes nourishment, not just fuel. Anxiety lessens because the mind is fully present, not pulled in 1,000 directions. The Buddha once told his followers, "Fewness of desires brings peace." This does not mean suppressing every wish or living without joy. It means recognizing that the constant craving for more success, more recognition, more possessions, more certainty, is endless. It never satisfies. The anxious mind says, "When I finally get this, I will rest." But once it arrives, another craving appears. Simplicity is the wisdom to step off this treadmill, to say, "I have enough. I am enough. This moment is enough." We can also see simplicity as alignment. Anxiety often arises because we are pulled in conflicting directions. One voice says, "I must do this to succeed." Another says, "I must do that to please others." Another whispers, "I must avoid failure at all costs." The result is a tangled web of obligations and expectations. Simplicity cuts through the web. It asks, what truly matters? What brings peace? What aligns with compassion and wisdom? When we act from this place, decisions become clearer and anxiety loses its grip. There is a story from the Zen tradition of a university professor who visited a monk to learn about Zen. The monk served tea, filling the professor's cup until it overflowed. The professor exclaimed, "It's full!" "No more will go in." The monk replied, "Like this cup, your mind is full of opinions and ideas. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" Anxiety often comes from this same fullness. We are overfilled with information, expectations, plans. Simplicity is the emptying of the cup, making space for peace. In our modern world, simplicity also means choosing wisely where to place attention. Every notification, every headline, every comparison on social media pulls the mind outward, scattering it into fragments. Simplicity is the art of turning attention back to what nourishes. A walk outside, a single conversation, a breath. Anxiety thrives when attention is fragmented. It softens when attention is gathered. But simplicity is not just about subtraction, it is also about depth. When we simplify, we do not lose richness, we gain it. A simple melody played on a flute can touch the heart more deeply than a chaotic symphony of noise. A single flower, noticed fully, can bring more joy than a garden rushed through. When life is cluttered, we skim across its surface. When life is simple, we sink into its depths. For the anxious mind, this depth is medicine. It roots us in the real, steady, immediate moment, instead of the endless surface of what if. Let us also consider speech. Anxiety often drives us to over-explain, to justify, to impress, to fill silence with words. Simplicity of speech is another practice. It means speaking less, but with care. It means choosing words that are gentle, honest, necessary. When we stop scattering ourselves with endless talk, we conserve energy and cultivate peace. The Buddha said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." There is a profound connection between simplicity and truth. Anxiety often grows when we are living in complexity, trying to be someone we are not, trying to maintain appearances, trying to juggle masks. Each mask adds weight, each falsehood adds tension. Simplicity is living in truth, being genuine, honest, real. When we align who we are inside with who we show outside, the heart relaxes. There is no longer the anxious effort of keeping up a facade. On a deeper level, simplicity points us toward emptiness, the Buddhist insight that nothing has a fixed, permanent essence. When the mind is cluttered, we imagine things are solid, heavy, immovable. Our worries feel like stone. But when the mind becomes simple, we see that all things are fluid, light, changing. Even anxiety itself is not a fixed block. It is a shifting dance of sensations and thoughts. Simplicity allows us to see this, because simplicity removes the clutter that hides reality. There is a saying, "Contentment is the greatest wealth." Simplicity is the path to contentment. Not contentment that comes from getting everything we want, but contentment that comes from wanting less. The anxious mind is never content. It is always scanning for what is missing, what might go wrong. But the simple mind rests in what is here, now. It finds wealth in the breath, in kindness, in stillness. We can practice simplicity in small ways. Clear one space in your home and let it remain uncluttered. Turn off notifications for an hour and sit in quiet. Eat one meal slowly, without distraction. Speak one sentence less than you normally would. Each act of simplification is like setting down a stone from the heavy backpack. One by one, the load lightens and peace emerges. Simplicity also helps us face mortality. Anxiety often comes from clinging to life as if it will never end. We surround ourselves with distractions to avoid the truth of impermanence. But when life is simple, we see death not as an enemy, but as part of the flow. We realize we do not need to fill every moment with noise. We do not need to achieve everything. We only need to live simply, kindly, presently. In this, anxiety softens and gratitude blooms. Ultimately, simplicity is spaciousness. It is creating room in the mind, in the heart, in the day, for peace to enter. Anxiety cannot survive in spaciousness. It needs clutter to feed on. When we simplify, we give it nothing to cling to. The mind becomes like a clear sky, vast and open. Clouds may pass, storms may come, but the sky remains undisturbed. And so, simplicity is not a loss. It is a gain. It is gaining freedom from unnecessary weight. It is gaining depth in each moment. It is gaining peace that cannot be bought or borrowed. It is the art of returning to the essential: breath, presence, kindness, truth. And in that return, the anxious heart finds rest. Simplicity also reshapes the way we experience time. In an anxious mind, time is always scarce. There is never enough of it, and so every moment becomes a race. We rush through meals, conversations, even rest, chasing after the next thing. But when life is simplified, time opens like a wide field. A single breath can feel full, a short walk can feel abundant. The minutes do not change, but our relationship with them does. Right here, in this slowed-down presence, anxiety finds no foothold. This is why monks and nuns in the Buddhist tradition structure their lives so simply. Their days are not packed with endless distractions. They revolve around eating, meditating, working in small ways, resting. From the outside, it may seem dull, but inside such a life, there is space. Space for the mind to settle, space for the heart to soften, space for wisdom to arise. Our modern lives may not look like monasteries, but we can still borrow this principle. We can simplify schedules, say no to what drains us, leave room for quiet. That empty space is not wasted, it is nourishment. Think of music. It is not only the notes that create beauty, but also the silence between them. Without pauses, without space, music becomes noise. Life is the same. When we cram it with constant activity, it loses its rhythm. Simplicity restores the pauses. It allows the melody of life to breathe. And in those pauses, anxiety subsides, replaced by a quiet harmony. Another aspect of simplicity is honesty with ourselves. Much of our complexity comes from pretending to be more successful, happier, or more certain than we are. Each layer of pretense is like another mask to hold in place. Anxiety multiplies with every mask, afraid that others will see through them, afraid that we will collapse without them. Simplicity says, lay down the masks. Be as you are. Flawed, human, imperfect, and real. There is profound freedom in this honesty because nothing remains to defend. The anxious question, what if they find out, dissolves when there is nothing to hide. Simplicity is also humility. The anxious mind often tries to do too much, to be everything, to hold the whole world together. But life is vast, and we are small. Simplicity bows to this truth. It says, I will do what I can with what I have in this moment. I cannot control everything, and I do not need to. This humility lightens the load. It turns the impossible weight of I must manage it all into the gentle task of I will take the next step. We can see this clearly in nature. A tree does not hurry to grow. It unfolds slowly, season by season. A river does not struggle to flow, it follows its path naturally. Anxiety arises because we demand complexity where life asks for simplicity. We want to skip steps, to arrive before we begin, to have certainty where there is none. Simplicity invites us back into the rhythm of nature. One breath, one step, one day at a time. Simplicity also brings clarity to relationships. How many conflicts arise not from genuine differences, but from layers of misunderstanding, pride, and unspoken expectations? The anxious mind overcomplicates love with fear. What if they leave? What if I am not enough? What if I lose them? Simplicity strips away these tangles. It asks, can I just be present with this person as they are, without demands? Love becomes lighter, freer, less anxious. It is not about control or possession, but about shared presence. There is a Zen saying, when walking, walk. When eating, eat. This is simplicity at its essence. Anxiety is always multitasking, eating while worrying, walking while planning, resting while criticizing. The mind is split, scattered. Simplicity gathers it back into unity, one thing at a time. And when we do one thing at a time fully, peace arises naturally. Another depth of simplicity is gratitude. When life is simplified, gratitude flourishes. With fewer distractions, we notice what is here, the warmth of sunlight, the taste of water, the presence of a friend. Gratitude is simplicity of the heart. It finds joy not in abundance but in appreciation. And anxiety, which thrives on not enough, cannot survive in the soil of gratitude. To live simply is not to reject the world, but to move through it lightly. A traveler on a long journey does not carry everything. They take only what is necessary. In the same way, simplicity teaches us to carry only what nourishes peace, kindness, mindfulness, compassion. The rest, grudges, comparisons, excess desires, we leave by the roadside. The journey becomes easier and our steps more joyful. Perhaps the deepest secret of simplicity is that it brings us back to our true nature. Beneath the clutter of thoughts and possessions, beneath the roles and masks, we are already simple. We are breathing beings, fragile and alive, sharing this earth with countless others. Anxiety complicates this truth with endless what-ifs and shoulds. Simplicity dissolves them, leaving only this: a human being, breathing, present, alive. Nothing more is needed, nothing more is missing. And so, simplicity is not a loss, but a homecoming. It is returning to the essence where life is clear and anxiety no longer rules. It is remembering that peace is not something to chase, it is what remains when we set down what we do not need. Simplicity also teaches us how to breathe. The anxious mind treats the breath as an afterthought, shallow and hurried, as if racing to keep up with the pace of thought. But when we simplify, the breath becomes central again. Each inhale is noticed, each exhale felt, and suddenly life itself slows to the rhythm of breathing. This is simplicity in its purest form. No past, no future, only the rise and fall of the body with air. When we anchor here, anxiety loses its momentum. It cannot survive in the steady simplicity of a single breath. In the old Buddhist texts, there is a word, santuti, contentment. Monks were praised not for owning little, but for being content with little. This is the heart of simplicity. Contentment does not mean resignation. It means freedom from the restless hunger for more. The anxious mind is a mind that is never content. It runs toward tomorrow. It clings to yesterday. It whispers that this moment is not enough. Simplicity replies, this moment is already full. This breath is already complete. There is nothing missing when contentment flowers, anxiety withers. Simplicity also transforms ambition. The world often tells us we must strive endlessly, accomplish more, accumulate achievements as proof of our worth. But this race is endless, and anxiety is its constant companion. Simplicity does not tell us to abandon effort, but to clarify purpose. To ask, why am I striving? What do I truly seek? Often, beneath the layers of ambition, we find only the wish for peace, belonging, joy. Simplicity reveals that these are not found at the finish line of endless striving, but here, in the quiet clarity of living simply. There is a Zen story of a wealthy man who sought peace. He asked a monk, "What must I do to find it?" The monk replied, "Give away what you do not need." The man thought of his possessions, his business, his estate. But the monk pointed deeper. Give away your endless plans, your need to prove yourself, your clinging to the idea of more. That is the real excess. The man realized his wealth was not his prison. It was his mind's endless complexity. Simplicity is not about what is in your house. It is about what is in your heart. In relationships, too, simplicity is medicine. Think of how often anxiety arises from overcomplication, wondering what others think, replaying conversations, anticipating rejection. The mind spins stories, weaving knots. Simplicity untangles them. It asks, can I simply meet this person as they are without expectation, without performance? True connection flourishes not from elaborate displays but from simple presence. A listening ear, a genuine smile, a quiet hand held in silence. These simple acts dissolve the anxious need to impress or control. Even in work, simplicity matters. An anxious worker may multitask endlessly, juggling, rushing, fearing failure. Yet often little is accomplished, and exhaustion grows. The simple worker focuses on one task at a time, gives full attention, and moves steadily. The result is not only greater effectiveness, but greater calm. Simplicity turns the frantic scramble into a steady rhythm. Anxiety comes from scattering energy. Simplicity gathers it back into one clear stream. Simplicity also means making peace with enough. Our culture glorifies excess, bigger houses, faster devices, fuller schedules. Yet this very fullness suffocates us. The anxious mind never knows enough. It always grasps for more. Simplicity practices sufficiency. Enough food to eat, enough rest, enough kindness, enough breath. This enough is not mediocrity. It is liberation. To rest in enough is to discover abundance in its truest form. Think of the Buddha's life. Born a prince surrounded by luxury, he walked away from palaces, not out of hatred for wealth, but out of love for freedom. He discovered that simplicity gave him space to see reality clearly, to sit under the Bodhi tree without distraction, to awaken. His journey was not from wealth to poverty, but from complication to simplicity, from excess to essence. In our own way, each of us is called to walk that same path, shedding what is unnecessary, turning toward what truly matters. And yet, simplicity is not rigid. It is not about stripping life bare to the point of denial. It is about balance. A flower is simple, but not barren. It has color, fragrance, life. Simplicity in our lives does not mean rejecting beauty or joy, but savoring them without excess. It means enjoying a meal without gluttony, appreciating music without constant noise, cherishing relationships without grasping. Simplicity is the middle way between indulgence and deprivation. In meditation, simplicity becomes especially clear. The anxious mind resists stillness, filling silence with thought, seeking stimulation. But the practice of sitting quietly, simply noticing the breath or the body, reveals the profound power of simplicity. Nothing extraordinary happens, just breathing, sitting, noticing. Yet in that simplicity, the restless waves of anxiety begin to settle. We discover that peace is not hidden in complexity, but shines through simplicity. Simplicity also has a radical honesty. It shows us what truly matters. When we strip away clutter, we are left with the essentials: breath, body, love, kindness, presence. Anxiety often disguises itself in the non-essential, spinning worries about appearances, achievements, approval. Simplicity cuts through and whispers, none of that is ultimate. What matters is that you are alive, that you love, that you awaken. This perspective reduces fear because it clarifies priorities. There is another story. A monk carried only one robe and one bowl. One day his bowl cracked. Instead of despairing, he laughed, saying, "Now the universe invites me to discover an even simpler way." To him, simplicity was not loss, but invitation. This story reminds us that when life removes something we thought we needed, perhaps it is showing us how little we actually require to be whole. And this is the heart of simplicity, to see wholeness in less, to discover richness in what is already here. The anxious mind always says, something is missing. Simplicity responds, nothing is missing. Look closely. Everything you need is present. Simplicity is also a way of healing our relationship with desire. The anxious mind often whispers, if only I had this, then I would be at peace. If only this situation changed, then I could rest. This if only keeps us chained to the future, always searching, never arriving. But when we simplify, we begin to see that the peace we seek is not in the next possession, the next achievement, or the next escape. It is already here, hidden beneath layers of wanting. By releasing the grasping even a little, we uncover the quiet contentment that was present all along. Imagine a pond covered with leaves. The water is still, but the surface is hidden. We think, if I gather more leaves, maybe the pond will reveal itself. But the more we add, the more we cover. Simplicity is the act of removing the leaves, one by one, until the clear water shines through. In the same way, our anxious search for more hides the calm already within us. The practice of simplicity is not about adding, it is about removing what blocks our natural peace. Simplicity also teaches us the beauty of repetition. Anxiety seeks constant novelty, new distractions, new entertainments, new tasks to avoid silence. But a simple life finds joy in ordinary rhythms, waking with the sun, eating at regular times, walking the same familiar path, returning to the breath again and again. These repetitions may seem small, but they create stability. They remind us that peace does not come from endless variety, but from consistency, from being present with what is. A bird sings the same call each morning, yet it never tires of it. The anxious mind seeks the extraordinary. The simple mind discovers the extraordinary in the ordinary. There is also simplicity in letting go of comparison. Much of our anxiety is born from measuring ourselves against others, their success, their beauty, their wealth, their achievements. We become trapped in a race we never agreed to run. Simplicity steps out of the race altogether. It says, "My path is my own. Their life is theirs. I do not need to outshine, only to walk simply, honestly." When we stop comparing, life becomes lighter. We no longer carry the burden of constant competition. Think of the forest. Each tree grows in its own way, tall or small, straight or twisted. None compares itself to the others. None anxiously measures its worth against the next. They simply grow, rooted in the same earth, reaching toward the same sun. Simplicity is living like the trees, present, natural, unburdened by comparison. Simplicity also transforms how we listen. Anxiety often fills the mind with so much noise that we cannot truly hear others. We prepare responses, judge, or drift away in thought. But when we simplify inwardly, we listen with full attention. The words of another person become clear, the silence between words meaningful. This kind of listening creates connection and eases the loneliness that so often fuels anxiety. Sometimes what a person needs most is not advice, but to be heard fully. Simplicity in listening gives that gift. And then there is simplicity in rest. Anxiety often makes rest complicated. We try to relax while still checking our phones, still planning tomorrow, still carrying guilt about not being productive. True rest is simple, lying down, breathing, allowing the body to be heavy, the mind to soften. We forget that rest is not earned by exhaustion. It is a natural need. Simplicity gives us permission to rest without excuse, without complication, without guilt. We can even bring simplicity to how we see ourselves. Anxiety often constructs a long list of identities. I am my job, my achievements, my mistakes, my roles. We become entangled in these labels, and each one becomes another source of stress. Simplicity strips away the layers. Before the labels, you are simply a human being, breathing, alive. Not your job, not your failures, not your possessions, just a being, here and now. This recognition is profoundly freeing. In the Buddhist monastic tradition, simplicity is also about restraint, not repression, but restraint, the wisdom to know when enough is enough. Monks eat enough to be nourished, but not to excess. They speak when words are needed and remain silent when silence is best. They sleep enough to restore, but not so much as to dull the mind. This restraint is not a prison, it is a freedom. Because in restraint, the anxious pendulum of craving and aversion calms down. Life becomes steady, balanced, simple. There is a deep kindness in simplicity too. Anxiety often makes us harsh with ourselves, driving us to do more, be more, achieve more. But when we live simply, we give ourselves permission to just be. To breathe, to eat, to walk, to rest, without needing to justify our existence. This kindness is itself a form of healing. It reminds us that we are worthy not because of what we produce or prove, but simply because we are alive. Think of a candle. Its flame is simple, just light, steady, silent. And yet it dispels darkness, warms the room, brings peace. The anxious mind burns like fireworks, loud, frantic, scattering sparks everywhere. But the simple mind is like the candle, steady and sufficient. In simplicity, we become like that candle, small perhaps, but luminous. Finally, simplicity is trust. To live simply is to trust that we do not need to cling to every possession, every plan, every identity to be safe. It is to trust that life itself will carry us, like a river carries a leaf. Anxiety is born of mistrust, the fear that if we let go, everything will collapse. But again and again, simplicity shows us that letting go does not destroy us, it frees us. When we stop clutching, our hands open, and in that openness, peace flows in. Simplicity is also the art of slowing down. Anxiety thrives on speed, the racing of thoughts, the hurried steps, the constant urge to move faster, achieve more, reach some imagined destination. But when we slow down, we discover that life was never a race. Walking slowly, we notice the earth beneath our feet. Eating slowly, we taste the fullness of food. Speaking slowly, we mean what we say. Slowing down reveals that nothing essential is lost when we move gently. Instead, everything essential becomes more visible. The anxious mind fears that slowing down means falling behind. But behind whom? Behind what? Simplicity reminds us there is no race, only a journey. The forest does not hurry to grow. The seasons do not rush. Each unfolds in its time, simply, naturally. When we align ourselves with this rhythm, anxiety loses its urgency and peace returns. Simplicity also asks us to embrace silence. In a noisy world, silence feels strange, even threatening. We fill it with chatter, music, distraction. But silence is not emptiness, it is nourishment. In silence, the mind rests, the heart softens, clarity arises. For the anxious person, silence can feel uncomfortable at first, as if the mind becomes louder. But if we stay, if we breathe, silence becomes a friend. It reveals that beneath the noise of thought, there is always a deep stillness waiting. There is a story of a monk who was asked how he practiced. He replied, "When I walk, I walk. When I sit, I sit. When I eat, I eat." The person said, "But everyone walks, sits, eats. What is so special about that?" The monk answered, "When they walk, their minds are already sitting. When they sit, their minds are already walking. When they eat, their minds are already planning. I live simply, just walking, just sitting, just eating. This is simplicity, not changing what we do, but changing how we are while doing it. And in this way, even ordinary acts become medicine for anxiety. Simplicity is also generosity. The anxious mind clings to possessions, to status, to certainty. It says, "If I let go, I will not have enough." But generosity proves the opposite. By giving, we see that we still remain whole. By sharing, we see that joy multiplies. Generosity simplifies life because it cuts through attachment. It reminds us that possessions are not chains, but tools to be used and released. Even a simple smile, a kind word, an attentive presence. These are gifts of simplicity that ease both our anxiety and the anxiety of others. And then there is the simplicity of nature. Go into the forest, and you will see nothing is complicated. A leaf grows, falls, decays, becomes soil. A bird sings, rests, flies. The river flows without asking where it is going. Anxiety is man-made complexity, the tangle of desires, fears, comparisons. Nature teaches us that life itself is already simple. When we return to it, even for a few minutes, our nervous system remembers. The heart beats with the rhythm of the earth and peace arises. Simplicity also changes how we experience beauty. In complexity, we seek beauty in rare, expensive, elaborate forms. In simplicity, beauty is everywhere, in the play of light on the wall, in the sound of rain, in the quiet gaze of a loved one. This kind of beauty does not demand money or perfection. It only asks presence. And when we notice beauty in the simple, anxiety loosens, because we realize peace is always accessible, never far. There is also a deep courage in simplicity. Anxiety often arises because we fear letting go. If I release this possession, this identity, this plan, who will I be? What will I have left? Simplicity requires trust to step into that space of less, to see what remains. And what remains is always more than enough. When the clutter falls away, we find breath, body, heart, presence, the essentials of life, untouched and complete. Courage is not found in piling up defenses, but in daring to live with less and discover that less is enough. And perhaps most profoundly, simplicity reveals unity. In complexity, we divide. Me and you, success and failure, safe and unsafe. The anxious mind lives in division, but simplicity sees through the divisions to the shared ground beneath. Whether rich or poor, young or old, anxious or calm, we all breathe the same air, walk under the same sky, share the same impermanence. When life is simplified to this truth, anxiety fades because we no longer feel separate, alone, or lost. We are part of something vast and simple, existence itself. So simplicity is not just an outer practice of owning less or doing less. It is an inner practice of being more present, more open, more aligned with truth. It is not austerity, but abundance, not emptiness, but fullness. It is the rediscovery that life, in its essence, was always simple, and that our peace depends not on adding more, but on removing what is not needed. Anxiety is, in many ways, impatience of the heart. It is the restless refusal to wait, the inability to sit with uncertainty, the urge to force answers before they are ready. The anxious mind is always running ahead, demanding that life reveal its outcomes now, that pain end now, that fear dissolve now. But the world does not move by our urgency. The seasons do not hurry their unfolding. The tree does not rush to bear fruit. The river does not force its way to the sea. It flows in its time. This is why Buddhism praises khanti, patience, as one of the highest virtues. The Buddha once said, "Patience is the supreme austerity." By this he did not mean grim endurance, but a profound strength, the ability to remain steady in the face of difficulty, to allow life to unfold without collapsing into anger or fear. Patience is not weakness. It is the quiet power that holds steady when everything else trembles. For the anxious mind, patience is a medicine. Anxiety always wants things to change immediately, the symptoms to disappear, the uncertainty to resolve, the discomfort to end. But when we practice patience, we soften this urgency. We learn to say, "I can be with this moment as it is without demanding it be otherwise." This simple shift transforms anxiety. Instead of fighting the present, we allow it, and in allowing, peace begins to emerge. Patience is often misunderstood. Many people think it means passivity, doing nothing, letting life push us around. But true patience is active. It is an inner strength, like a great tree that stands through storms. The tree does not run from the wind, but it does not collapse either. It bends, it endures, it waits. Patience is this ability to remain grounded without needing to control the storm. Consider how anxiety flares in small daily moments, waiting in traffic, standing in line, listening to someone who speaks slowly. The mind grows restless. This is wasting my time. I must be somewhere else. Hurry, hurry. But what is truly happening? Nothing catastrophic, only a moment of waiting. Anxiety turns it into suffering because the mind refuses to be patient. When we bring patience into these moments, they transform. The traffic becomes time to breathe. The line becomes an opportunity to observe. The slow conversation becomes a chance to practice listening. In this way, patience is not only for great challenges, it is a daily practice that softens the edges of ordinary life. The Buddha often told stories to illustrate patience. One famous tale is of Angulimala, a feared bandit who had killed many people. When he finally met the Buddha, he chased him, shouting for him to stop. Strangely, although the Buddha walked calmly, Angulimala could not catch him. Breathless, he cried, "Stop, monk, stop!" And the Buddha replied, "I have stopped, Angulimala. It is you who have not stopped." In that moment, the bandit saw the truth. His own impatience, his own restless craving was the storm driving his suffering. He became a disciple and transformed his life. This story reminds us that patience is the act of stopping, the willingness to no longer be dragged by urgency, no longer be enslaved by the demand for immediate resolution. Patience says, I will stop running, stop forcing, stop fighting. I will rest here, and in that resting, clarity comes. There is also a patience with ourselves. Anxiety often leads to harsh self-judgment. Why am I still anxious? Why can't I get over this? I should be better by now. This impatience with our own growth becomes another layer of suffering. But the path of practice is long, and healing unfolds slowly. Just as a seed takes time to become a tree, our mind takes time to calm. Our heart takes time to soften. Patience with ourselves is the soil that allows this growth. Without it, we dig up the seed again and again, wondering why it has not sprouted. With patience, we water gently, we wait, and one day green shoots appear. This patience with ourselves is an act of compassion. It is saying, it is okay to be where I am. Healing takes time. I will walk gently. When we stop demanding instant transformation, we create space for genuine transformation to occur. Patience is also the wisdom of impermanence. Anxiety tells us this feeling will last forever. This discomfort is endless. But patience knows that all things pass. Pain, fear, uncertainty, all are impermanent. Patience is the willingness to wait and see, to trust that this too will change. Imagine holding a hot cup of tea. At first it burns your hand, but if you wait, it cools. The anxious mind tries to drink immediately and suffers. Patience waits and finds the right moment. There is a parable of a farmer who plants rice. If he waters daily and waits, the plants grow. But if he pulls at the shoots to make them taller, he destroys them. Anxiety is like pulling at the shoots, demanding growth faster than nature allows. Patience is the wisdom to water, tend, and trust the process. Patience also applies to others. Much of our anxiety comes from relationships, waiting for someone to reply, hoping they will change, fearing their judgment. Impatience turns these into suffering. We demand they must answer now, they must understand me now, they must change now, but people, like seeds, unfold in their own time. When we practice patience with others, we loosen the grip of control. We realize that just as we need space to grow, so do they. This softens anger, reduces fear, and makes room for genuine connection. Imagine a parent teaching a child to walk. The child stumbles again and again. Impatience says, "Why are you not walking yet? Hurry." But patience smiles, supports, encourages, waits. Eventually, the child walks. Anxiety wants everyone, including ourselves, to walk before we are ready. Patience allows the natural pace of life. Patience also teaches us endurance, not the grim endurance of suffering in silence, but the noble endurance of facing life's challenges without collapsing. The Buddha himself endured great difficulties, hunger, misunderstanding, betrayal. Yet he never responded with anger. His patience was not weakness, it was strength. He knew that reacting with anger or fear only deepened suffering. Patience was his shield. We too can cultivate this shield. When anxiety arises, we do not need to fight it with more fear. We can say, "I will endure this moment. I will breathe with it. I will let it pass." Each time we do this, our patience grows stronger. Over time, we discover that what once seemed unbearable can be held with calm. On the deepest level, patience is acceptance of reality. Anxiety comes from resistance. This should not be happening. "I cannot stand this," patience replies. "This is happening. I can stand with it. It will pass." This acceptance is not resignation. It is wisdom. It is seeing that reality is what it is, and that peace is found not in fighting it, but in being with it. Think of the ocean. Waves rise and fall. The anxious swimmer panics, fights, thrashes. The patient swimmer floats, allows, moves gently with the rhythm. The waves are the same, but the experience is different. Patience is floating with the waves of life. Patience also reveals beauty. When we rush, we miss it. Flowers bloom in their own time, but if we demand them to open instantly, we never see their unfolding. The anxious mind rushes past beauty, chasing the next thing. Patience lingers, watches, allows the slow miracle of life to reveal itself. Waiting for a flower to bloom, for the dawn to rise, for a child to grow, these require patience, and in that patience we see the wonder of time. In daily practice, patience can be cultivated in small ways, waiting for the kettle to boil, standing in line, listening fully, breathing with discomfort. Each moment of waiting becomes an opportunity. Instead of saying, "This is wasting my time," we can say, "This is my practice." Over time, these small acts weave patience into the fabric of our being. Finally, patience connects us to eternity. The anxious mind lives in minutes and seconds, always counting, always rushing. Patience steps into timelessness. It rests in the truth that life unfolds in vast rhythms beyond our control, the stars moving, the earth turning, generations rising and passing. Our worries shrink in this vast perspective. The urgency of anxiety fades when we remember that we are part of something so much larger, moving at its own perfect pace. Patience is not waiting for peace. It is peace. It is the calm strength that arises when we no longer demand that life hurry, when we trust the unfolding, when we endure with compassion, when we allow ourselves and others to grow in time. In patience, anxiety finds no fuel because there is no urgency, no fight, only stillness. So each time the heart races with impatience, we can pause and breathe. This too will pass. I can wait, I can endure, I can be with this moment as it is. In that patience, peace is already present. Patience is also the art of softening time. The anxious mind tightens around time like a fist, counting hours, measuring minutes, fearing loss. It says, "I must know now, I must succeed quickly, I cannot wait," but time cannot be clenched. The tighter we grip, the more it slips through. Patience opens the fist. It says, "Time is not my enemy. Time is the unfolding of life. I can move with it, not against it." In this way, patience is not merely enduring time, but befriending it. We sit with a moment of pain, a moment of waiting, a moment of uncertainty, and instead of wishing it gone, we explore it. What is here in this moment right now? A breath, a heartbeat, a sensation in the body. Anxiety screams that waiting is unbearable, but when we look closely, we find that most waiting is filled with ordinary moments that can be lived, noticed, even savored. There is a teaching in Buddhism that speaks of the params, the perfections cultivated on the path to awakening. Patience is one of them. Why? Because without patience, no other virtue can flourish. Generosity requires patience with others' needs. Wisdom requires patience with uncertainty. Compassion requires patience with suffering. Meditation itself is an act of patience, sitting through restlessness, distraction, boredom, until stillness emerges. Patience is the soil in which all other qualities grow. Think of a farmer who plants an orchard. Without patience, he cannot see it flourish. The trees must be watered, tended, and left to grow in their own time. No amount of force can make them bear fruit instantly. So too, the orchard of the heart. Anxiety digs at the roots every day, asking, "Are you growing yet? Why not faster?" Patience simply tends the soil, waters, trusts, and in time the fruits of peace and wisdom ripen. Patience is not only for what is pleasant, it is also for what is painful. When suffering arises, the impatient mind says, "I cannot bear this. It must end now." But much of life's pain cannot be removed instantly. Illness, grief, disappointment, fear. These are processes. They have their season, like storms. Patience is the umbrella we hold while the storm passes. It does not stop the rain, but it allows us to endure without drowning. The Buddha himself experienced betrayal, misunderstanding, physical pain. Yet he bore them with patience, never reacting with anger, never collapsing in despair. He compared patience to armor that protects us. When insults come, when difficulties strike, patience shields the heart. Anxiety wants to lash out, to fix immediately, to control. Patience waits, and in waiting sees more clearly what action, if any, is wise. We can practice patience in 3 ways: with others, with ourselves, and with the world. With others, patience means not demanding that they move at our pace. Everyone grows in their own time. The anxious mind says, "They must understand me now. They must change now." Patience replies, "They are unfolding just as I am. I will give them space." This does not mean allowing harm, but it does mean loosening the grip of expectation. With ourselves, patience means gentleness. Our culture prizes speed, quick fixes, instant success. But spiritual practice does not move by speed. We stumble, we return, we begin again and again. Anxiety judges, "You should be further along." Patience says, "You are here. That is enough. Keep walking." With the world, patience means recognizing that much is beyond our control. The seasons, the weather, the turning of the stars, life unfolds according to conditions far greater than us. Anxiety fights this truth, demanding that the universe obey its will. Patience bows to it, trusts it, flows with it. There is a Zen story of a young monk who was frustrated with his slow progress. He asked his teacher, "How long will it take me to awaken if I practice diligently?" The teacher said, 10 years. The monk pressed, "What if I practice with great effort, day and night?" The teacher replied, "Then 20 years. Confused, the monk asked why. The teacher explained, "When you push with impatience, you lengthen the path. When you walk steadily with patience, awakening comes naturally." This story is a mirror for anxiety. The more we demand instant peace, the further peace recedes. The more we practice patiently, the closer it comes, often quietly, without us even noticing. Patience is also spaciousness. The anxious mind narrows, collapses the world into one problem, one fear. It feels urgent, inescapable, but patience opens space around it. It says, "This problem is real, but it is not all of reality. I can wait, I can breathe, I can give it room." In that space, anxiety softens, because it is no longer the whole sky, only one cloud in a vast expanse. This spacious patience can be practiced with the breath. When fear rises, we do not need to fix it immediately. We breathe with it, softly, letting the breath create space. Each inhale expands the chest. Each exhale softens the grip of fear. The problem may still be there, but patience gives us space to meet it with steadiness instead of panic. Patience is also tenderness. It is not gritting our teeth, holding on with tension. It is soft, gentle, allowing, like a mother with her child. When the child cries, the mother does not say, "Stop now." She holds, rocks, waits, knowing the crying will end. This is patience, not forcing calm, but holding suffering with kindness until it quiets. When our own anxiety cries within us, we can be that mother, holding it patiently instead of demanding it vanish. In daily life, patience transforms the smallest moments, waiting for water to boil, waiting for sleep to come, waiting for someone to speak. These are not obstacles, but opportunities. Anxiety fills them with frustration. Patience fills them with presence. Each waiting moment becomes a meditation, breathing, noticing, being. Slowly, we discover that life is mostly waiting, and that waiting can be peace itself. Patience also teaches us endurance of insult. The Buddha said, "As the elephant in battle bears arrows, so must you bear abuse." This does not mean accepting harm passively, but it means not letting words destroy our peace. Anxiety reacts instantly to insult, replaying it, amplifying it. Patience listens, absorbs, and lets it pass, knowing that words are only sounds. To endure without hatred is the strength of patience. On the deepest level, patience is trust in reality. Anxiety is mistrust. If I do not control, everything will collapse. Patience trusts. Life has carried me this far. The earth still turns, the sun still rises. I can trust it to continue. This trust is not blind, but grounded in the observation that all things change, and that many storms we feared have already passed. Trust is the heart of patience, and trust dissolves anxiety. Think of the stars. They move in vast rhythms, beyond our grasp. No impatience can hurry their course, yet they rise each night, steady and sure. Patience is living like the stars, slow, certain, luminous. When we align with their rhythm, the urgency of anxiety fades. So each time impatience arises, whether in traffic, in sickness, in waiting for peace itself, we can practice. We can breathe and say, "This moment is enough. I can wait. I can endure. I can be patient." And with each act of patience, anxiety loosens. Stillness grows. Peace reveals itself, not in the future, but here, in the strength of patience. Patience is not only about waiting for things to change, it is also about living fully while they have not yet changed. The anxious mind believes that life will begin after the resolution. I will rest when this is over. I will be happy when this fear is gone. I will live when this problem is solved. But in truth, life is happening now, even in the waiting, even in the uncertainty. Patience allows us to live in the meantime. It says, I will not postpone life. I will inhabit this moment as it is, even while I wait. Think of a sick person waiting for recovery. If they spend every day only longing for health, they miss the life that still continues, the morning light, the taste of food, the presence of loved ones. Patience does not deny the desire for healing, but it insists, even while waiting, I am alive. I can touch peace here. This is one of its deepest gifts. Patience is also a teacher of humility. Anxiety often arises because we expect the world to bend to our timing, our desires. When it does not, we grow restless, fearful, angry. But patience reminds us that we are not the rulers of time. The rain does not fall because we demand it. The sun does not rise because we will it. We are participants in a vast rhythm far greater than ourselves. To practice patience is to bow to this rhythm, to acknowledge that life moves as it will. And in this bowing, the tension of control softens. The Buddha once compared impatience to trying to straighten a tree by pulling its branches. We tug and tug, demanding it stand upright, and in the process, we only damage it. Patience, on the other hand, is like giving the tree a stake to lean against, waiting for it to grow naturally in its own time. We support without forcing. We trust the natural unfolding. Another layer of patience is gentleness with the pace of the mind itself. Meditation reveals this clearly. We sit, hoping for silence, but the mind runs wild. Thoughts racing, fears rising, distractions tugging. Anxiety says, I cannot meditate. I must stop this mind immediately. But patience says, the mind is like a child learning to walk. It will stumble, wander, fall. My task is not to force it, but to sit beside it, gently guiding, gently returning. Over time, the child learns. Over time, the mind quiets, but only if we have patience. Without patience, meditation becomes another struggle, another anxious demand. With patience, meditation becomes an embrace, an acceptance of the mind's pace, a willingness to sit with it as it is. And in that acceptance, transformation happens naturally, without force. Patience also reveals its beauty in forgiveness. Anxiety often clings to anger. They wronged me. They must pay. I cannot forgive until they change. But forgiveness takes time. The heart does not release instantly. Patience is what allows us to wait with our hurt, to breathe with it without needing it to vanish at once. Slowly, gently, forgiveness blossoms like a bud opening in spring. We cannot yank it open. We can only wait with patience until the heart is ready. This is why patience is deeply connected with compassion. Compassion sees suffering and wants to help, but without patience, compassion burns out quickly. We grow frustrated when people do not change, when suffering does not end instantly. Patience sustains compassion. It whispers, healing takes time. Growth takes time. I will stay with you. I will stay with myself as long as it takes. There is a story from the Buddhist texts of a monk who was insulted daily by villagers. Instead of reacting, he sat quietly, practicing patience. When asked why he endured, he said, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" In this way, he showed that insults, anger, fear, these are gifts we need not accept. Patience is the refusal to take them in. We let them remain where they arose, without adding them to our own burden. Anxiety often arises because we accept every fearful thought as a gift, holding it, treasuring it, turning it over in the mind. Patience says, I need not accept this thought. I can let it remain, let it pass. This is not suppression. It is freedom. Patience is also a practice of deep listening. Anxiety makes us impatient listeners, waiting for our turn to speak, rushing others, finishing their sentences. But true listening requires patience, the willingness to be silent, to let another unfold in their own time. This patience builds connection, dissolves misunderstandings, and reminds us that presence is more powerful than speed. And so it is with ourselves. We must listen patiently to our own hearts. Anxiety says, hurry past this discomfort, ignore it, bury it. Patience sits with it. Tell me what you feel. I will not rush you. I will stay. When we listen patiently to ourselves, we discover that even our fear softens when it feels heard. On a deeper level, patience opens the door to wisdom. When we wait, when we stop rushing, we see more clearly. Imagine a pond stirred by a stick. The water is cloudy, the reflection broken. If we are impatient, we stir it more, demanding clarity, and only worsen the muddiness. But if we wait patiently, the water settles, and the reflection returns. The mind is the same. Impatience keeps it muddy. Patience lets it settle until wisdom shines through. This is why patience is not a delay of insight. It is the condition for insight. Only the patient mind sees clearly. Only the patient heart understands deeply. Anxiety rushes and blurs. Patience slows and reveals. And yet patience is not endless waiting without action. It is not neglect. True patience is balanced with effort. The Buddha taught the middle way, not clinging, not forcing, but steady perseverance. Patience says, I will act when the time is right. I will endure when the time is not yet right. In this balance, life unfolds naturally, without the strain of urgency. Think of planting bamboo. For years, it seems nothing happens, only small shoots. But beneath the soil, roots spread wide. Then suddenly, it shoots upward, growing rapidly. Without patience, we would have abandoned it long before. With patience, we discover that growth was happening all along, unseen. So too with our own hearts, our own healing. Patience trusts the unseen roots. Ultimately, patience is love. To be patient is to love the process, to love the unfolding, to love ourselves and others enough to wait without anger, to endure without despair. It is saying, you are worth waiting for. I am worth waiting for. Life is worth waiting for. This is why patience is supreme, because it transforms waiting into love, endurance into compassion, uncertainty into peace. And so, when the mind grows restless, when fear demands quick answers, When life refuses to obey our urgency, we can breathe and remember. Patience is not the absence of progress. It is the presence of peace. It is not weakness. It is strength. It is the shield that protects, the soil that nourishes, the light that reveals. And in that remembering, anxiety loosens. Stillness returns. Patience itself becomes the peace we were waiting for. Patience is also a practice of trust in rhythm. Life has its own seasons: spring for planting, summer for growing, autumn for harvesting, winter for resting. Anxiety wants every season to be summer, everything blooming, everything bearing fruit. But patience honors the whole cycle. It says, this is the season for waiting. This is the season for resting. This too is necessary. When we look at nature, we see that nothing is rushed, and yet all is accomplished. The tree does not demand its fruit in the first year. The bird does not force its eggs to hatch early. The river does not beg the ocean to arrive faster. All unfolds in time. To live patiently is to live in harmony with these rhythms instead of fighting them. There is also patience in grief. Loss, tears open the heart, and the anxious mind says, I must heal now. I must feel better quickly. But grief is not healed by force. It moves slowly, wave by wave, sometimes gentle, sometimes overwhelming. Patience with grief means allowing it its pace, letting tears come when they come, letting silence fall when it falls. It means not demanding that the wound close before it is ready. Over time, patience reveals that grief softens, transforms, becomes compassion, but only if we give it time. In this way, patience honors suffering as part of life's unfolding, not as an obstacle to rush past. It says, this too belongs. I will sit with it. Patience is also freedom from urgency. Anxiety thrives on the belief that everything is urgent. This must be fixed now. This must be answered now. This must be decided now. But most of life is not urgent. Few things require instant reaction. Patience gives us permission to pause, to breathe, to consider. In that pause, wisdom enters. We realize that many decisions ripen more fully if we wait, that many problems resolve themselves in time, that many fears fade without our intervention. It is said that when the Buddha faced challenges, he often remained silent before responding. This was not hesitation, but patience, allowing space for clarity to arise. We too can practice this, not rushing to reply, not forcing action, but pausing until our words and deeds align with wisdom. Another form of patience is endurance of uncertainty. Anxiety craves certainty, answers, outcomes, guarantees. But life offers few of these. The future is hidden, the present shifting, the past already gone. Patience is the courage to live without certainty. It is saying, I do not know how this will turn out, and I will not know for some time. Yet I can live here in the not knowing without collapse. This is perhaps the deepest practice for an anxious heart, to be patient with the unknown. Like a traveler in fog, we can see only a few steps ahead. Impatience demands the whole road. Patience says, these few steps are enough. I will walk them, and when I arrive, the next steps will appear. There is also patience with joy. Even joy requires patience. When happiness arises, we often cling, anxious that it will vanish. We try to freeze it, to hold it, to demand it last forever. But joy, too, has its season. Patience allows us to enjoy it fully while it lasts, and then let it go when it passes. Impatience with joy turns sweetness into fear of loss. Patience with joy turns sweetness into gratitude. Patience is not only endurance, but transformation. When we wait without resistance, we change. The restless energy of anxiety begins to dissolve. The heart becomes broader, the mind clearer. Over time, patience matures into equanimity, the ability to meet all experiences, pleasant or painful, with balance. Patience is the training ground for this balance. In this sense, patience is not something we merely practice, it is something we become. A patient person does not just wait, they embody calm, steadiness, resilience. They are like a mountain in storm. Wind and rain strike, but the mountain remains unmoved. To grow patient is to grow into this mountain-like strength. We might ask, how can we cultivate such patience in daily life? The answer is, in small ways, again and again. Each time we wait for a pot to boil, each time we stand in a queue, each time a web page loads slowly, these are chances to breathe and say, here is my practice. Each small act strengthens the muscle of patience. Then, when greater challenges arrive, illness, loss, uncertainty, our patience is strong enough to hold them. This is why monks and nuns train patience in daily routines, waiting for food, walking slowly, observing silence. It is not trivial. It is preparation for the storms of life. We too can practice in the ordinary, so that in the extraordinary, patience is ready. On the deepest level, patience is surrender to reality as it is. Anxiety is a fight with reality, a refusal to accept its pace. Patience is surrender, not as defeat, but as wisdom. It says, reality is already unfolding perfectly. My task is not to force it, but to align with it. In this surrender, we discover peace, not by changing the world, but by changing our stance toward it. Patience, then, is not waiting for life to be calm. It is bringing calm to life as it is. Imagine sitting beside a river. The anxious mind throws stones, trying to force the water to hurry. But the river flows at its own pace. Patience sits quietly, watching, listening, trusting. The river reaches the sea in its time. So too with life, so too with us. Patience is also a medicine for anger. Anger is impatience ignited, the refusal to let things be as they are. Something happens, not to our liking, and the heart explodes. This cannot be, this must stop now. But anger only adds fire to fire. Patience is water poured gently over the flames. It says, this too is a moment. I can bear it. I will not burn with it. The Buddha once taught that if you light a lamp for another, your own lamp does not lose its flame. Patience is like that. By offering it to others, we keep our own peace lit. If we respond to insult with insult, to impatience with impatience, the darkness spreads. But if we respond with patience, the light remains, and often softens the other as well. There is patience with healing. Anxiety often tells us, I must be healed already. I must be free from fear now. I cannot stand this process. But healing is not linear nor quick. It is like weaving cloth, one thread at a time, day after day. Some days the weave is strong, some days it unravels. Patience is what allows us to continue, to trust that each small thread contributes to a whole garment of peace. Without patience, we abandon healing too soon. With patience, we discover that every stumble, every return, every small step is part of the path. Healing is not an event, it is a journey walked with patience. Patience also reveals the dignity of endurance. To bear difficulty without collapse is not weakness, but nobility. A lotus grows in the mud, not by fleeing the mud, but by enduring it. Patience is the lotus's secret. It remains in the mud long enough to rise above it. Anxiety thrashes against the mud, trying to escape instantly, and only becomes more entangled. Patience rests, trusts, waits, and eventually blossoms. There is also patience with learning. In our age of instant information, we expect instant wisdom. We read one book, listen to one teaching, and feel we should already be enlightened. But wisdom grows like a tree, not like a download. It requires time, reflection, practice. The great masters of Buddhism did not awaken overnight. They practiced for years, even lifetimes, cultivating patience with their own unfolding. If we demand instant results, we become discouraged and abandon the path. But if we practice patience, we understand each meditation, each breath, Each act of kindness is a drop filling the jar. Eventually, the jar overflows, but only if we keep adding patiently. Patience also transforms our relationship with desire. Desire is a kind of impatience. I must have this now. I cannot wait. But often, if we wait, the desire passes on its own, like a wave subsiding. Anxiety pushes us to act on every desire immediately, fearing its discomfort. Patience teaches us to pause, to watch desire rise and fall, to see its impermanence. In that pause, we discover freedom. We are no longer slaves to every craving. Even boredom is healed by patience. Anxiety cannot stand boredom. It rushes to fill silence with distraction. But boredom is simply the mind's impatience with stillness. If we practice patience with boredom, sitting quietly, breathing, observing, we discover that boredom dissolves into calm and calm into clarity. What we feared as emptiness becomes fullness. Patience is the bridge that carries us across boredom into peace. There is a story of a monk who was tasked with drawing water from a well every day. The task seemed endless, repetitive, dull. But instead of resisting, he practiced patience with each bucket, each rope pull, each drop of water. Over years, this patient attention transformed him. One day, as he drew water, his mind became utterly still, and he awakened. What seemed like endless waiting was actually endless training. Patience with the ordinary opened the door to the extraordinary. Patience is also mercy. When others fail us, we want them to change instantly, to meet our expectations now. But patience is mercy extended. I will give you time. I will not demand perfection of you. I will walk beside you as you stumble. This mercy softens relationships, dissolves conflict, and invites growth. It is not indulgence, but love. And so with ourselves. When we fall short, we can offer the same mercy. I will give myself time. I will not demand perfection now. I will walk patiently with my own stumbles. This mercy toward ourselves is one of the deepest antidotes to anxiety. On the highest level, patience is harmony with impermanence. Everything changes. To demand that change happen now is to fight the law of life. To resist change altogether is the same. Patience is the middle way, accepting the pace of change, neither rushing nor clinging. In this harmony, anxiety has no hold, for there is no struggle, only flow. Imagine a stone in a river. The water flows day after day, year after year. The stone does not fight, does not rush. Slowly the water shapes it, smooths it, polishes it. This is the power of patience, quiet, steady, transformative. Anxiety wants change instantly. Patience knows that true transformation is gradual, gentle, enduring. So patience is not merely waiting, it is strength, trust, compassion, wisdom, mercy. It is a shield against anger, a balm for grief, a teacher of humility, a path to freedom. With patience, we discover that anxiety's urgency was never necessary. Life unfolds in its time. We need only breathe, wait, trust. And in the end, patience itself is the peace we were seeking. Compassion begins where patience flowers. To be patient is to hold steady through storms, to wait without collapsing, to endure without despair. But what grows in that stillness is tenderness. Compassion is not merely enduring the suffering of ourselves and others. It is the opening of the heart in the presence of suffering, the willingness to feel it fully without turning away, and the gentle response that says, "May this pain be eased." Anxiety is often fueled by isolation, by the belief that we are alone in our struggle, that no one could possibly understand. Compassion dissolves that illusion. It reminds us that suffering is the common ground of all beings. To breathe compassion is to remember, I am not alone. Others know this fear, this pain, this uncertainty. And just as I wish for my suffering to ease, so too do they. In that recognition, the heart softens and anxiety loses its sharpness. Compassion in Buddhism is not pity. Pity places us above another, looking down on their pain. Compassion is equal, humble. It says, "Your pain is my pain, your joy is my joy. We are in this together." It is the courage to touch suffering with love rather than aversion. When anxiety tells us to retreat, to protect ourselves from pain, compassion does the opposite. It leans in, it opens. And paradoxically, in opening to suffering, we discover a strength far greater than withdrawal ever gives. Compassion does not weaken us. It empowers us to face life with a boundless heart. We can see compassion even in the smallest acts. A mother holding her crying child, not to silence it immediately, but simply to be present, to soothe, to say without words, "You are safe." This is compassion. A friend sitting beside another in grief, not offering solutions, not hurrying the healing, but simply being there. This too is compassion. Even the simple act of noticing our own anxious breath and placing a hand on the heart, whispering, "It's okay, I'm here with you," is compassion. It is not dramatic. It is intimate, gentle, steady. Anxiety often makes us harsh with ourselves. We think, "Why am I still anxious? Why can't I be stronger? What's wrong with me?" This inner violence only deepens the wound. Compassion turns the gaze inward and says, "My dear, you are suffering. Of course you are afraid. Anyone would be in this moment. May you be at ease." This self-compassion is not indulgence, but healing. When we treat ourselves with the same gentleness we would give a child, the grip of anxiety loosens. We stop fighting ourselves and begin to care for ourselves, and care is the soil in which peace grows. The Buddha's teachings on compassion are inseparable from wisdom. Wisdom sees the truth of suffering, that it is universal, unavoidable, woven into the fabric of life. Compassion is the heart's response to that vision. To see suffering clearly without compassion is cold. To feel compassion without wisdom is sentimental. Together, they form a balance. Wisdom shows us the reality of life. Compassion teaches us how to respond with love. Anxiety narrows the heart, makes it collapse in self-concern. Compassion widens it until it embraces all beings. Consider how anxiety often isolates us. We feel trapped in our own mind, spinning in endless cycles of worry. Compassion breaks that isolation. When we turn attention to the suffering of others, not to deny our own but to connect, our perspective shifts. We realize we are part of something vast, that others too are struggling. This does not minimize our pain, it contextualizes it. It makes it bearable because it is shared. When we cultivate compassion, we learn to hold not only our own suffering, but also the suffering of the world. And strangely, this makes us lighter, not heavier. For in compassion, the burden is shared. There is a practice in Buddhism called Tonglen, breathing in the suffering of others and breathing out relief. At first, this seems unbearable. Why would anyone willingly breathe in suffering? But Tonglen is not about taking on more pain. It is about opening the heart. When we breathe in suffering, we are acknowledging it, no longer turning away. When we breathe out relief, we are offering love, kindness, healing. The practice trains us to meet suffering with openness instead of fear. Anxiety shrinks from pain, tries to escape it. Compassion walks directly into it and says, "I will stay." And in staying, we discover that the heart is vast enough to hold it all. Compassion also heals our relationship with fear. Often anxiety is not only fear itself, but fear of fear. We dread the sensations in the body, the racing heart, the restless thoughts. We try to suppress them, to push them away, and in doing so, we amplify them. Compassion changes the posture. Instead of pushing fear away, we say, "Hello, fear. I see you. You are trying to protect me. You are welcome here." This gentle turning toward fear softens it. It no longer needs to scream for our attention because we are already listening. Compassion transforms fear from an enemy into a messenger. from a monster into a child calling out for care. And what about compassion for those who cause harm? Anxiety often arises from anger, from being hurt, from remembering wounds. We replay them endlessly, unable to forgive, unable to let go. Compassion does not mean condoning harm, but it does mean recognizing that those who harm are themselves suffering, caught in ignorance, fear, or pain. To see their suffering does not erase the harm, but it prevents hatred from poisoning our own heart. Hatred corrodes us. Compassion frees us. The Buddha once said, "Hatred is never appeased by hatred. By love alone is hatred appeased." Compassion is this love, not sentimental but fierce, the love that refuses to let hatred rule the heart. Compassion is also patience in action. Where patience endures, compassion responds. Patience sits steady in the storm. Compassion extends a hand to another caught in it. Together, they form a pair. Patience keeps us from reacting with anger or despair. Compassion moves us to act with kindness and care. Anxiety often makes us freeze or flee, unable to act at all. Compassion gives us courage to act, not out of panic, but out of love. It is important to remember that compassion begins with presence. We cannot be compassionate if we are absent, distracted, rushing. To notice suffering requires slowing down, paying attention. When we are present, we see the small signs, the sadness in someone's eyes, the tightness in our own chest, the weariness in a colleague's voice. These are invitations to compassion. They ask us not to fix, not to solve, but to care. And often care is enough. Compassion is also joy in disguise. It may seem strange to link compassion with joy, since compassion faces suffering. But when the heart opens in compassion, there is a joy in connection, in love, in the release of self-centeredness. Anxiety contracts us into a small, fearful knot. Compassion expands us into a vast, open sky. And in that expansion, joy arises naturally. The Dalai Lama often says that if you want to be happy, practice compassion. Not because compassion eliminates all suffering, but because it opens the heart wide enough to hold both suffering and joy without conflict. Even in the smallest gestures, compassion shines. Holding a door for someone, offering a smile, pausing to listen, these are not trivial. They are the daily practice of compassion. Each small act softens anxiety because each small act affirms our connection to others. Anxiety says, "I am alone, I must defend myself." Compassion says, "We are together, I will care for you and myself." In this shift, loneliness dissolves, and with it much of our fear. Compassion is also resilience. When we open to suffering, our first fear is that it will overwhelm us. But compassion does not weaken us. It strengthens us. It builds the capacity to be with pain without collapsing. Each time we practice compassion, we expand our heart's capacity. What once seemed unbearable becomes bearable. What once crushed us becomes something we can carry. Compassion is the training that allows us to face the world's suffering with courage instead of despair. Ultimately, compassion is boundless. The Buddha taught the practice of boundless compassion, extending it first to oneself, then to loved ones, then to strangers, then even to enemies, and finally to all beings without exception. Anxiety thrives on boundaries, on me versus them, on self-protection against the other. Compassion dissolves these boundaries. It sees that all beings desire happiness, all beings fear pain, all beings wish to be free. In this recognition, the heart opens beyond measure. Anxiety cannot survive in a heart so vast. To practice compassion, we need not begin with the world. We begin with one breath, one moment. We place a hand on our heart, breathe gently, and say, "May I be at ease." Then we extend it outward. "May you be at ease. May you be free from suffering." We do not need to force feeling. We simply set the intention, again and again. Over time, The heart follows the intention. Slowly, it opens. Compassion is the great dissolver of anxiety, not by removing suffering, but by transforming our relationship with it. Where anxiety says, "I cannot bear this," compassion says, "We can bear this together." Where anxiety isolates, compassion connects. Where anxiety tightens, compassion expands. Where anxiety fears suffering, compassion embraces it with love. And in that embrace, suffering is no longer the enemy, but the path itself. So compassion is not optional on the spiritual path. It is the heart of the path. Without it, wisdom is dry, patience is cold, meditation is hollow. With it, every practice becomes alive, tender, luminous. Compassion is not something to add to our life. It is our true nature revealed once anxiety, fear, and self-concern are softened. To live compassionately is to live in alignment with what we already are, beings of heart, beings of connection, beings of love. And so, when anxiety arises, we can pause, breathe, place a hand on our heart, and whisper gently, "May I be free from this suffering. May I be at peace when we meet another in pain." We can pause, breathe, and silently say, "May you be free from suffering. May you be at ease." These small acts weave compassion into the fabric of life, until slowly, steadily, compassion becomes the natural response of the heart. Anxiety may still visit, but in a heart trained in compassion, it no longer dominates. It becomes one voice among many, softened by love, held in care, dissolved in connection. Compassion is the field in which anxiety loses its grip, and love reveals itself as the ground of being. Compassion is not a fleeting feeling that comes and goes depending on mood. It is a training of the heart, a discipline as steady as breathing. Just as a musician must practice scales until music flows naturally, we must practice compassion until kindness flows without effort. At first it may feel artificial, repeating phrases, imagining goodwill, turning again and again toward love when the heart wants to contract. But just as a seed begins small and fragile before it grows strong, compassion begins with intention before it blossoms into spontaneous action. We should not be discouraged by its slowness. Even the smallest act of compassion has weight, like a drop of water wearing away stone. With time, with repetition, the heart grows vast. Anxiety often makes compassion seem impossible. When fear floods us, we feel consumed by self-concern. How can I care for others when I cannot even steady myself? But here is the paradox. Turning the heart outward often soothes the inward storm. When we shift focus from my suffering to our suffering, the edges soften. A mother with a sick child may forget her own exhaustion in caring for her little one. A person struggling with grief may find relief in supporting a friend in sorrow. Compassion reorients the anxious mind, turning it from a tight knot of self to an open field of connection. And in that opening, the anxious grip loosens. This is not to say we must ignore our own suffering. True compassion begins with self-compassion. If we deny our own pain, trying to drown it in helping others, we burn out. But if we extend to ourselves the same kindness we wish for all beings, we create balance. Just as I wish to be free from this fear, so too do all beings. Just as I hold myself gently, I will hold others gently. Self-compassion is not selfishness. It is the foundation from which all compassion flows. There is a practice often given. Imagine someone you love easily, someone whose smile warms you. Silently repeat, "May you be free from suffering. May you be safe. May you be at ease." Then, slowly, expand to a friend, to a stranger, to someone difficult, even to one who has hurt you. Eventually, extend to all beings everywhere. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be at peace. At first, it may feel forced, but the practice reshapes the heart. Over time, it teaches us that compassion need not be limited by preference. It is not only for those we like, but for everyone, even ourselves. One of the greatest obstacles to compassion is fear of pain. We believe that if we open to suffering, we will drown in it. But compassion is not drowning. It is floating with. It is entering the river of suffering not to be swept away, but to walk alongside others. When we open to pain with love, we discover that the heart has far greater capacity than we imagined. The heart is like the sky. Clouds of sorrow may pass, storms of grief may rage, but the sky is vast enough to hold them. Anxiety says, "You cannot bear this." Compassion replies, "We can bear this together." When compassion matures, it becomes fierce. It is not only the soft smile of kindness, but also the strength to confront injustice without hatred. Compassion can be the gentle hand soothing a child, but it can also be the firm stance against cruelty. What defines it is not its softness or hardness, but its motivation, the wish to relieve suffering. Anxiety often paralyzes us in the face of injustice, overwhelmed by fear. Compassion gives us courage to act, not from anger, but from love. It allows us to speak, to resist, to protect, while keeping the heart free from hatred. This is the compassion of the Bodhisattva, who vows to remain in the world until all beings are free. Think of Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion, known in many cultures by many names: Guanyin in China, Kannon in Japan, Chenrezig in Tibet. Avalokiteshvara is said to hear the cries of the world. Not some cries, not selective cries, but all cries. This image is not just myth, it is a mirror. Can we too train our hearts to be vast enough to hear the cries without collapsing, to respond with love without burning out? Compassion practice is this training. We may not become bodhisattvas overnight, but every act of listening, every gesture of kindness, is a step toward that boundless heart. Anxiety often comes from resistance, resistance to uncertainty, resistance to pain, resistance to imperfection. Compassion dissolves resistance by saying yes to what is. Not yes in the sense of approval, but yes in the sense of presence. Yes, suffering is here. Yes, fear is here. Yes, grief is here, and I will stay with it. When we stop running, stop resisting, and simply hold our pain with compassion, it softens. What seemed unbearable becomes bearable. What seemed endless begins to change. Compassion does not erase suffering, but it transforms our relationship to it. Even the body responds to compassion. Studies now confirm what practitioners have known for centuries. Compassion lowers stress, slows the heart rate, soothes the nervous system. When we imagine sending love, when we place a hand on the heart, when we repeat phrases of kindness, the body shifts. Anxiety tightens the chest, quickens the pulse, contracts the muscles. Compassion expands, slows, softens. It is not just an idea, but a physical medicine. Yet, compassion requires patience with its own unfolding. There will be days when we feel dry, when the heart seems closed, when words of kindness feel hollow. This is natural. Just as a field has seasons, so too does the heart. The practice is not to judge, but to continue, trusting that beneath the surface, seeds are sprouting. One day, when we least expect it, we will find ourselves moved to tears at the sight of another's pain, or offering kindness where once we felt only anger. Then we will know compassion has taken root. Compassion also teaches us equality. Anxiety often whispers that our suffering is unique, unbearable, worse than anyone else's. Compassion corrects this delusion. It shows us that while the shapes of suffering differ, the essence is shared. Illness, loss, fear, loneliness, all beings know these. When we recognize this, we stop isolating ourselves in the prison of mine, we join the great river of ours. And in that river, suffering is lighter, because it is carried together. Even in silence, compassion speaks. To sit quietly with another in pain, without words, without fixing, is perhaps the deepest compassion. Anxiety often pushes us to solve, to offer quick answers, to do something. But compassion knows that presence itself is healing. To simply be with someone, to let them know they are not alone, is sometimes the greatest gift. Compassion even extends to those we never meet. When we read of war in another country, of disaster across the world, we can pause and send compassion. May they be safe, may they be free from fear, may they find relief. Though we cannot touch them physically, the act transforms us. It shifts our heart from narrow self-concern to vast concern. And in that shift, anxiety softens. We become part of something greater than ourselves. Ultimately, compassion is not only a practice but a way of being. It is not something we add to life, but the essence of life revealed. When the layers of fear, anger, and self-obsession fall away, what remains is compassion. It is the natural fragrance of the awakened heart, just as the scent of a flower arises effortlessly when it blooms. Anxiety clouds this fragrance, but it cannot destroy it. Our task is only to uncover it, to nurture it, to let it flow. And so in moments of anxiety, we can return again and again, place a hand on the heart, breathe gently, whisper silently, "May I be free from fear. May others be free from fear. May all beings be at ease." This simple practice, repeated over days, months, years, reshapes the heart. Slowly, compassion becomes our default response. Where once anxiety ruled, compassion now shines. Where once fear closed us, compassion opens us. Where once isolation trapped us, compassion connects us. And in this connection, we discover a truth. The heart is vast. The heart is strong. The heart is boundless. Anxiety may still visit, but in the presence of compassion, it no longer controls. It becomes one ripple in the ocean of love. Compassion matures when we allow ourselves to be touched. The anxious mind tries to remain armored, convinced that to feel another's pain will be too much, that if we open, we will collapse. But the truth is the opposite. When we open the armor, when we allow ourselves to feel, we discover that the heart is vast enough to bear what the mind feared. A closed heart grows brittle, an open heart grows resilient. Compassion is not fragility. It is the strength to remain tender in a world that often demands hardness. We can see this in the simple act of listening. When someone shares their suffering, our impulse may be to offer advice, to fix, to push their pain away so we do not feel uncomfortable. But real compassion listens without rushing, without judgment, without turning away. It lets the words settle, lets the silences speak. Such listening may appear passive, but it is transformative. To be heard with compassion is to feel less alone, and loneliness is one of the deepest roots of anxiety. By offering presence, we lighten another's burden, and in doing so, our own. Compassion also changes the way we see mistakes. Anxiety often attacks us when we stumble, whispering that failure means unworthiness, that error means shame. But compassion looks at mistakes with gentleness. It says, "Of course you erred. You are human, learning, growing. May you learn, may you forgive, may you begin again." When we meet our own mistakes with compassion, they become teachers rather than enemies. And when we meet the mistakes of others with the same openness, relationships heal. The Buddha compared compassion to a mother's love, boundless, unconditional, unceasing. Imagine a mother holding her only child, protecting it even at the cost of her own life. This is the model of compassion, not selective, not temporary, but total. Anxiety is often a cry of the inner child, frightened and alone. To meet this inner child with compassion, to hold it as tenderly as a mother would, is to soothe anxiety at its root. Each time fear rises, we can whisper inwardly, "My dear, I see you. You are safe in my care." Compassion can also be playful. We sometimes imagine it only as solemn, heavy, drenched in the weight of suffering. But compassion smiles, it jokes, it lightens the atmosphere of pain. Think of how a friend's small laugh in the midst of sorrow can bring relief, how a child's giggle can pierce through grief. Compassion is not afraid of joy. It invites it in, even amid darkness. This is why the great teachers often laugh. Their laughter is not denial of suffering, but compassion's way of showing that suffering does not have the final word. Even in solitude, compassion is present. Anxiety often grows in loneliness when we feel cut off from others. But solitude need not mean isolation. When we sit quietly and extend compassion to all beings, we realize that we are connected even when alone. The breath connects us. The air we inhale has been breathed by countless beings. The food we eat comes from hands we will never see. Compassion opens our eyes to this web of connection. Loneliness is transformed into belonging. There is also compassion for the natural world. Anxiety is often fueled by disconnection from earth, from sky, from trees and rivers. When we walk among them with awareness, we feel their silent compassion. The tree offers shade without asking for anything. The river gives water without judgment. The earth supports us unconditionally. To touch this compassion of nature is to be reminded of the boundless compassion within ourselves. When we offer care in return, planting, protecting, honoring, anxiety gives way to reverence. But compassion is not sentimental. It does not close its eyes to suffering or gloss over pain. It sees clearly, sometimes painfully, and still chooses to love. This is why compassion is courageous. It walks into the hospital room, the prison cell, the refugee camp, the crowded bus filled with weary faces. It does not say, "This is too much." It says, "Even here, love belongs." And because it is willing to step into difficulty, it transforms difficulty into sacredness. Compassion also reshapes the way we hold time. Anxiety is obsessed with the future, fearing what will come, longing for resolution. Compassion anchors us in the present. When we offer kindness here and now, even in a small way, the future loosens its grip. Washing a cup gently, speaking kindly, pausing to breathe, these simple acts become vessels of compassion, and in them anxiety finds rest. It is important to see that compassion is not exhaustion. Many fear that to be compassionate is to give endlessly until nothing remains. But true compassion arises from abundance, not depletion. It is like a candle lighting another candle. The flame is not lessened but multiplied. When we act from anxiety, we burn out quickly. When we act from compassion, energy renews itself. The heart that loves grows stronger, not weaker. And yet, we must practice wisely. Compassion without boundaries can slip into martyrdom, sacrificing health unnecessarily. The Buddha taught the middle way here too. Compassion balanced with wisdom. Care for others balanced with care for oneself. Sometimes compassion means saying no, setting limits, resting. For rest itself is compassion. Compassion for the body, for the mind, for the heart that longs for peace. To rest well is to prepare to love more deeply. Even dreams are touched by compassion. People who practice compassion regularly often report that their dreams shift. Less fear, more tenderness, more connection. The unconscious, softened by daily compassion, begins to heal itself. Anxiety that once haunted even our sleep is calmed by the presence of love. In this way, compassion extends beyond waking hours into the depths of our being. Ultimately, compassion is not something we possess, but something that possesses us. When it fully ripens, we do not think, "I will be compassionate." We simply are. The boundaries between self and other blur. Another's joy becomes our joy, another's pain our pain. Anxiety shrinks us into a single fragile self. Compassion expands us into the boundless. In this expansion, fear has no place, because there is no separate me to defend. There is only love moving through the world. And so we continue, day by day, breath by breath, returning to compassion. When fear rises, we meet it with kindness. When anger burns, we cool it with love. When grief weighs heavy, we hold it gently. Each act is small, but each act is also infinite. For compassion is not measured by scale, but by sincerity. One kind thought can ripple outward, touching unseen lives, changing the texture of the world. This is the great secret. Compassion is not only for others, it transforms us most of all. Each time we practice it, our own heart heals. Each time we extend it, our own anxiety lessens. Compassion is not a gift given from abundance. It is the very source of abundance. It is inexhaustible. The more we give, the more we discover we have to give. And perhaps this is the most hopeful truth of all. Compassion is never far. We need not travel to temples or mountains. It is here, in this very breath, waiting to be awakened. Each time we pause, each time we soften, each time we whisper, may all beings be free from suffering, compassion blooms. And when it blooms, anxiety fades like a shadow in the light. Compassion deepens when we realize that suffering is not an obstacle to life, but its teacher. Anxiety so often frames suffering as something wrong, something to be avoided at all costs. We tighten, we resist, we imagine that only when suffering is gone can life begin again. But compassion sees suffering differently. It says, "This pain is not here to destroy you, but to open you." The cracks in the heart are not failures, they are openings through which light can enter. Without suffering, compassion would remain dormant, theoretical, untouched. It is in the presence of real pain, ours or another's, that compassion awakens and takes form. To meet suffering in this way is an act of great courage. Anxiety trembles before it, fearing collapse. Compassion bows to it, and in bowing discovers that collapse does not come. The heart grows larger instead. We may recall times in life when pain broke us open, the loss of someone dear, the failure of something we cherished, the loneliness of being misunderstood. In those moments we felt raw, unprotected. And yet in hindsight we see that those very moments gave rise to tenderness, to depth, to the capacity to care more profoundly for others. This is compassion's alchemy, transforming wounds into wisdom, pain into connection. As compassion matures, it shifts the way we see others entirely. No longer do we look only at their behavior, at the masks they wear, at the roles they play. Compassion sees beneath all that, straight into the shared vulnerability. The angry man is also a frightened child. The impatient colleague is also a weary soul longing for peace. The stranger on the street, lost in thought, is also a heart carrying unseen burdens. Anxiety tends to judge quickly, building walls between self and other. Compassion dissolves judgment by seeing the hidden suffering that lies beneath. It says, "Yes, you too are tender. Yes, you too long for safety and love. Yes, we are not so different." This shift is not sentimental, it is profoundly realistic. For what else unites us so completely as the fact that all beings suffer? The Buddha called this the first noble truth, and compassion is its natural response. Once we see suffering clearly, we cannot help but feel moved. We may not always know how to help. We may not always have the power to change another's circumstance, but compassion insists on presence, insists on care. Even a silent wish, "May you be at ease," is an expression of this truth. And such wishes matter. They shape our own heart, they ripple outward invisibly, and sometimes they land exactly where needed. Compassion is not about fixing. This is one of its deepest lessons. The anxious mind wants solutions. How can I end this suffering? How can I solve this pain? Compassion does not deny the impulse to help, but it knows that much of life cannot be solved in the way we wish. Illness may not vanish, grief may not be lifted, fear may not be erased, but presence is always possible, and presence is often what heals most. to sit with someone in silence, to hold a hand, to breathe gently in solidarity. These gestures do not fix, but they transform. They remind us that we are not alone, and being not alone is already a profound relief. There is a saying in Zen, "The medicine and the illness arise together." Compassion embodies this truth. The illness is suffering, the medicine is the heart's response to it. One does not wait for the other. In the very moment of pain, compassion can arise. We do not need to postpone love until after the storm has passed. In fact, love is most needed during the storm. Anxiety wants to run, to hide, to protect. Compassion stays. It becomes the candle that flickers in the dark room, not dispelling all darkness, but refusing to let darkness be total. The practice of compassion for oneself is sometimes the hardest of all. We can be generous to others, patient with friends, gentle with strangers, and yet speak to ourselves with cruelty. Anxiety feeds on this inner harshness, convincing us we are unworthy of care. But compassion must begin at home. Each time we notice self-criticism, we can pause and ask, would I speak this way to someone I love? If the answer is no, then why to myself? We can soften the voice inside, replacing it with one of kindness. You are trying your best. You are struggling, yes, but you are still deserving of love. Over time, this shift heals the deepest wounds, for the harshest suffering is often self-inflicted. Compassion also teaches us to embrace impermanence with grace. Anxiety trembles before change, fearing loss, fearing death, fearing the unknown. But compassion sees impermanence not as threat, but as the condition that makes care possible. We care because life is fleeting. We love because beings are fragile. If nothing changed, compassion would have no meaning. The very fact that we will lose what we love makes love more urgent, more beautiful, more tender. Compassion does not fight impermanence. It cherishes within it. At its most profound, compassion transcends self altogether. In deep practice, the line between self and other grows thin. When we sit in meditation, opening to the suffering of the world, we may feel it not as their pain, but simply as pain. We may feel love arise not as something I give, but as something that flows through naturally. This is the boundless compassion spoken of in the teachings, not limited by self, not restrained by preference, not conditional on circumstance. It is like the sun shining equally on all, not calculating who is worthy. To taste even a moment of this boundless compassion is to glimpse freedom from anxiety, for anxiety always clings to me and mine. Compassion dissolves this clinging in the vastness of love. And yet, compassion is also utterly practical. It is not reserved for monasteries or retreats. It is lived in kitchens, in offices, in streets. When we speak kindly instead of harshly, when we forgive instead of resent, when we smile instead of frown, these are compassion in action. They may seem small, but they ripple outward in ways unseen. A kind word may linger in someone's memory for years. A gentle gesture may save a life we never know was in danger. Compassion is like seeds scattered. We cannot predict which will grow, but some surely will. Even in the face of cruelty, compassion remains possible. This does not mean submitting to harm or allowing abuse to continue. Compassion may require firm boundaries, even fierce resistance. But the resistance is guided by love, not hate. To confront injustice with compassion is to oppose the act while still seeing the humanity of the actor. This is perhaps the hardest practice, but also the most liberating. Hatred chains us to the very harm we wish to escape. Compassion cuts those chains, freeing us even as we act. As we cultivate compassion, we notice that anxiety transforms. Its voice grows quieter, its grip softer. Why? Because anxiety thrives on separation, me against the world, me against time, me against pain. Compassion erases separation. It says, we are together in this. And once we are together, the fear that once seemed unbearable becomes lighter. What one alone cannot bear, many together can. Compassion reveals that we were never alone to begin with, and so compassion is not the end of the path, but the path itself. It is the way we walk, the way we speak, the way we breathe. Each step can be compassionate, each word compassionate, each breath compassionate. The practice is endless, not because we fail, but because love is inexhaustible. To live compassionately is to live as part of the great body of life, where no suffering is foreign, no being excluded, no moment outside the circle of care. In such a life, anxiety finds no soil to root in, for the heart is too wide, too open, too free. Right speech is not merely the absence of lies or harsh words. It is the recognition that words are living forces, carriers of intention, seeds planted in the soil of the world. Every word spoken shapes reality, either nourishing or wounding, either calming or agitating. When anxiety rules the heart, words often become sharp, rushed, defensive. They mirror the turbulence inside. But when right speech is cultivated, speech becomes medicine, not poison. It heals ourselves as much as it heals others. The Buddha placed right speech as one of the central aspects of the Noble Eightfold Path, not as an afterthought, but as an essential practice. Why? Because speech reveals mind. When our thoughts are restless, our words betray that restlessness. When our hearts are calm, our words carry calm. To refine speech is to refine thought. To refine thought is to refine being. Words are not separate from life. They are threads woven into its fabric. Consider how much of anxiety arises in the realm of speech. We replay conversations endlessly. Why did I say that? Did I offend them? Did they misunderstand me? Or we dread future conversations. What will I say? How will they respond? What if I can't find the right words? Speech becomes a breeding ground for fear. Right speech, however, offers a way out. It teaches us to align words with truth, kindness, and purpose, so that speech is no longer a source of anxiety, but of peace. Right. Speech has four classical aspects: abstaining from false speech, from divisive speech, from harsh speech, and from idle chatter. Each of these is not merely a moral rule, but a training for the anxious mind. False speech creates tension, for lies must be remembered, defended, and feared. Divisive speech isolates, sowing mistrust and loneliness. Harsh speech inflames anger and guilt. Idle chatter scatters the mind, feeding restlessness. To refrain from these is to quiet the inner storm. When we practice truthful, unifying, gentle, and meaningful speech, anxiety finds no foothold. Truthfulness is the foundation. To speak falsely is to create a split between inner reality and outer expression. This split breeds anxiety, for we must constantly guard the lie, fearing exposure. But when we speak truth, even if difficult, the mind rests. Truth does not require vigilance. It stands on its own. To live truthfully is to live without the burden of concealment. And truthfulness need not be brutal. It can be wrapped in kindness. A difficult truth spoken with compassion heals, while even a flattering lie corrodes. Divisive speech is perhaps one of the most common causes of anxiety in relationships. Gossip, slander, subtle manipulation, these fracture trust. When we divide others with our words, we isolate ourselves as well. Anxiety thrives in isolation. But when we use speech to reconcile, to build bridges, to encourage understanding, we weave connection. And connection is the antidote to fear. To speak words that unite is to create safety, both for others and for ourselves. Harsh speech is the mirror of an anxious mind. When fear and frustration overflow, they often emerge as cutting words. But harshness never brings peace. It wounds, and wounds echo back. The Buddha compared harsh words to throwing hot coals. They burn both the one who throws and the one who receives. Gentle speech, by contrast, cools the fire. Even in conflict, gentleness does not weaken, it strengthens. To remain gentle when provoked is an act of profound courage. It disarms hostility, and it calms the speaker as much as the listener. Idle chatter may seem harmless, but it feeds restlessness. The anxious mind seeks distraction, filling silence with endless words, fearing stillness. But chatter leaves us empty, unsatisfied. Right speech values words, using them with intention. This does not mean we must always be solemn. Playful words, light conversation, laughter, these too can be right speech when they nourish connection and ease. What matters is purpose. Words should serve well-being, not simply fill the void. The practice of right speech begins before words leave the mouth. It begins with mindfulness. Before speaking, we pause. Is it true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? Will it bring peace? This pause itself is medicine for anxiety. Instead of rushing into speech, fearing silence, we rest. The breath becomes our anchor. From this pause, words emerge, not as reflex, but as choice. Anxiety reacts, right speech responds. But right speech is not only about what we say to others, it is also about what we say to ourselves. The inner dialogue is often more relentless than any outer conversation. Anxiety whispers constantly, "You are not enough. You will fail. They don't like you. You cannot handle this." These are speeches we give ourselves, and they shape reality as much as spoken words. Right speech invites us to transform this inner dialogue. Instead of harsh self-criticism, we practice gentle encouragement. You are trying. You are learning. You are worthy of peace. Each time we replace the whip of self-judgment with the balm of self-compassion, we train the mind toward calm. Silence, too, is part of right speech. Not all truths must be spoken. Not all thoughts deserve a voice. Anxiety fears silence, rushing to fill it. But silence can be the deepest speech of all. In silence we listen, to others, to ourselves, to life itself. The Buddha often taught more through silence than through words, for silence invites direct seeing. To cultivate the courage to remain silent when words would only harm is one of the highest forms of right speech. Silence is not emptiness, but spaciousness. It is the field where wisdom grows. We might recall times when a single word changed everything, a kind word that lifted despair, a cruel word that shattered peace, a careless word that lingered for years. Words matter. They echo beyond the moment of speaking. This awareness can make us anxious, fearing to speak at all. But right speech does not paralyze. It liberates. It shows us that when words are aligned with truth and kindness, they need not be feared. We can trust them to do their work. In daily life, the practice may be as simple as speaking less. The anxious mind believes more words will protect us, explain us, justify us. But often, the most powerful speech is brief. A clear yes, a gentle number, a quiet thank you. These small phrases, when spoken mindfully, carry immense weight. They reveal presence. They show that we are not lost in fear, but grounded in clarity. Right speech also transforms relationships. When we listen deeply and speak kindly, trust grows. With trust, anxiety fades. Relationships built on gossip, lies, or harshness are fragile, feeding insecurity. Relationships built on honesty and kindness are resilient, offering refuge. Each conversation becomes an opportunity to build this refuge. Each word is a brick, each silence is mortar. Over time, the house of trust becomes strong, and anxiety no longer finds entry. There is also the dimension of timing. Even true and kind words may harm if spoken at the wrong moment. Right speech is attuned not only to content, but to context. It asks, is this the right time? Is this the right place? Is this the right tone? Such awareness requires patience, which itself calms anxiety. Instead of rushing to unload words, we wait until they can land gently. In this way, words become like rain that falls when the soil is ready, not like a flood that washes seeds away. On a deeper level, right speech reflects the truth of interconnection. Every word spoken enters the web of life, touching others in ways unseen. A word of kindness may ripple outward, passing from one person to another, shaping lives beyond our knowing. A harsh word may echo in the same way, causing harm far beyond our sight. To recognize this is both humbling and empowering. Our words matter, not just to us, but to the world. Anxiety shrinks us into believing our actions are small. Right speech reveals their vast impact, awakening responsibility and care. The practice of chanting in Buddhist tradition reflects this truth. Chanting is speech aligned with mindfulness, repeated until words dissolve into rhythm, rhythm into silence. The sound itself becomes medicine, soothing the anxious heart, connecting the chanter with generations of practitioners. Chanting shows that speech need not always be about meaning, it can also be about presence, vibration, resonance. This too is right speech. Speech that calms rather than agitates, that connects rather than divides. Right speech also guides us in conflict. Anxiety fears conflict, dreads confrontation, imagines worst outcomes. But conflict avoided often festers. Right speech offers a way through, speaking truth without aggression, expressing needs without blame, listening without defensiveness. It is not easy, but when practiced it transforms conflict into understanding. Even if resolution is not immediate, the manner of speaking itself brings peace. Anxiety says, if I speak, I will be attacked. Right speech shows, if I speak with care, I may be understood. And when misunderstanding does occur, as it inevitably will, right speech offers repair. To apologize sincerely without self-defense is profound medicine. Anxiety clings to pride, fearing humiliation. But a simple, I'm sorry, I spoke carelessly. May I try again? Dissolves tension. It reopens connection. Right speech is humble. It values relationship over ego. And humility itself is freedom from anxiety, for anxiety is often the fear of losing face. Right speech is also silence when silence protects. There are times when speaking truth may cause harm without benefit, when silence is wiser. The Buddha himself remained silent when asked speculative questions, not out of ignorance, but out of compassion. To speak would have confused, not clarified. We too can practice this discernment. Not every question requires an answer, not every provocation requires a reply. Silence, when rooted in wisdom, is not avoidance, but the highest speech. Over time, as right speech becomes natural, anxiety around words fades. We no longer fear what we will say, for we know our intention is grounded. We no longer obsess over what was said, for we trust our sincerity. Speech becomes transparent, nothing hidden, nothing twisted. What we mean is what we say. Such transparency is a profound relief. It frees energy once consumed by worry and defense. It allows us to live lightly, to rest in authenticity. And so, right speech is not only a guideline for communication, it is a path to liberation. To align words with truth, kindness, and purpose is to align life itself. Each word becomes practice. Each silence becomes practice. Over time, practice becomes habit, habit becomes character, character becomes freedom. Anxiety thrives on careless words and fearful silence. Right speech dissolves both, leaving only clarity, kindness, and peace. In the end, right speech is love made audible. It is compassion given voice, wisdom given sound. When we speak with right speech, we are not merely exchanging information, we are shaping the world. And when the world is shaped by words of truth and kindness, anxiety has little room to grow. Our speech becomes a refuge for ourselves, for others, for all who hear. Right speech is not only about restraint, not merely avoiding lies or harshness, but about creativity. Words can create beauty, encouragement, vision. The anxious mind often sees speech only as risk. What if I say the wrong thing? What if they misunderstand? But right speech transforms speech into opportunity. What beauty can I plant here? What healing can my voice bring? This shift alone eases anxiety, for instead of fearing words, we begin to trust them as tools for goodness. Think of a time someone spoke to you with words that changed your path. Perhaps it was a teacher who said, "You can do this," or a friend who whispered, "I believe in you," or even a stranger who offered kindness on a hard day. Those words live within you still, guiding, comforting, reminding. They are proof of the power of speech. And just as we have been nourished by words, we too can nourish others. To realize this is to feel the weight of our voice. And with that weight comes dignity, responsibility, and freedom. Right speech also teaches us to listen more deeply than we speak. Most conversations are filled with half-listening, preparing replies while the other still talks. This is not listening, but waiting to speak. Real listening is speech in reverse, silence shaped by attention. To listen without agenda, without rushing, without judgment, is one of the purest forms of right speech. It says, "Your words matter. Your being matters," and in that space, anxiety softens, for both speaker and listener. We often underestimate the violence of careless words. A casual criticism, a joke at someone's expense, a sarcastic remark, all can wound more deeply than intended. The wound may not show immediately, but it festers. Many carry scars from words spoken years ago. Right speech asks us to hold words as if they were sharp blades, to handle with care, to wield only with purpose. And yet, words can also be medicine. Just as scars may linger from cruelty, so too can healing remain from kindness. We remember those who spoke life into us, who soothed us when we felt broken. Our own voices can offer this same healing to others. Speech is also rhythm. The anxious mind often rushes, pouring words out in a torrent, fearing silence. But words spoken slowly with pauses carry more power. A pause allows the heart to catch up, the mind to digest. In the pause, anxiety loosens. Even in heated conflict, inserting a pause, a breath before replying, can transform the outcome. What might have been a sharp retort becomes a gentle response. The pause is silence woven into speech, and it makes all the difference. Right speech reaches beyond ordinary conversation into the realm of art, prayer, poetry, song. When words are used with mindfulness and heart, they lift the spirit. A poem that awakens wonder, a chant that calms the restless mind, a prayer that unites a community, these are right speech at its most creative. They show that speech is not only about clarity, but also about beauty, about touching depths that logic alone cannot reach. Anxiety contracts life into survival. Right speech opens life into meaning. There is also the dimension of intention. Two people may say the same words, but the intention behind them changes everything. "I'm fine," said with resentment, is not the same as "I'm fine," said with patience. "I love you," said with manipulation, is not the same as "I love you," said with sincerity. Right speech asks us to examine intention. Are we speaking to control, to impress, to wound, or are we speaking to connect, to heal, to share truth? When intention is pure, even imperfect words can carry love. In Buddhist tradition, words are sometimes compared to arrows. Once released, they cannot be recalled. This awareness can create anxiety. What if I say the wrong thing forever? But right speech turns this fear into care. We do not need to be perfect. We only need to be mindful. If we speak with care, most arrows will fly true. And when they do not, we can still practice repair, which is itself a form of right speech. The willingness to say, "I spoke unwisely, forgive me," is speech as healing, reclaiming what was broken. Right speech is also speech aligned with silence. There are truths that words cannot reach, depths that only silence expresses. But words can point towards silence, prepare for silence, guard silence. A teacher may use words to guide a student into stillness, knowing that the true teaching begins when words end. In this way, right speech is not opposed to silence, but is its companion, its doorway. Anxiety fears silence, but right speech leads us gently into it until silence becomes home. Consider also how speech shapes communities. Families, friendships, workplaces, nations, all are held together by words. Trust or mistrust, unity or division, love or fear, all grow from speech. A family where gentle words are spoken becomes a refuge. A workplace filled with gossip becomes toxic. A nation guided by divisive speech fractures. One inspired by truthful words heals. Right speech is not only personal practice, but social practice. Each word contributes to the culture around us, and so each word becomes an act of service. The anxious mind often obsesses over being heard, over whether our voice matters. Right speech shows us that every word matters, though not always in the way we expect. Sometimes a seed we plant with words takes years to grow. Sometimes it grows in someone we never meet. We may not see the fruit, but the seed is real. Anxiety craves immediate results. Right speech trusts the unseen ripening. This trust itself calms the heart. Even silence can be misused. To remain silent when truth is needed can be harm. The practice of right speech includes the courage to speak when silence would allow suffering to continue, to speak against injustice, to defend the vulnerable, to say, "This is not right." These too are right speech when spoken with wisdom and compassion. Such words may not always be welcomed, but they plant seeds of change. Courageous truth-telling, free from hatred, is the highest form of right speech. Over time, right speech transforms not only our words, but our being. The anxious mind often says one thing, feels another, and thinks yet another. This fragmentation is exhausting. But with practice, speech, thought, and heart align. What we say is what we mean. What we mean is what we feel. This integrity is a profound relief. It dissolves the inner tension that feeds anxiety. To live and speak as one whole is to live in peace. Ultimately, right speech is love in sound. It is the breath of compassion given form. Each word becomes a bridge, each silence a shelter. In its deepest expression, right speech is not even ours, but the voice of life itself flowing through us. To practice it is to attune ourselves to this flow, to let language become a channel for truth, kindness, and peace. When we live this way, anxiety has little to cling to. Our voice becomes a refuge not only for others, but for ourselves. To walk the path of these 12 principles is to return again and again to the heart of what it means to be human, fragile, uncertain, anxious at times, but also luminous, vast, and capable of peace. We began with the simplest of things, the breath. And we end here with silence, but along the way we have touched truths that span the whole of life. If you hold them lightly, like lanterns guiding a traveler, you will discover that even in the darkest nights, the way is never lost. Think of how it began. The breath, so ordinary we hardly notice it, yet when we pause and follow it, the mind begins to settle. Breath is not just air entering lungs, it is the reminder that we are alive in this moment and that this moment is enough. From the breath we stepped into impermanence, learning that all things change and that change itself is not enemy but teacher. Anxiety clings to permanence, to guarantees, but life is flow, and to accept that flow is to be freed from constant fear. From there we moved into non-attachment, loosening the grip of clinging hands. Anxiety squeezes tightly, afraid to lose what it loves or to fail in what it seeks. But the open hand, the hand that holds without clutching, discovers a different truth. Nothing was ever truly ours to begin with, and because of that, every moment is a gift. To hold gently is to love more deeply, not less. Then, loving kindness, metta, widened the heart. Anxiety isolates us, whispering that we are alone in our struggle. Loving kindness dissolves that illusion, reminding us that all beings share the same wish, to be safe, to be happy, to be free from fear. When we turn our hearts toward ourselves with gentleness and then toward others with goodwill, anxiety softens like ice in the sun. Right view guided us to see clearly, to distinguish the stories anxiety invents from the reality of the present. When we look without distortion, we see that much of what we fear has no substance. We learn that suffering is part of life, but that suffering can also be the ground of awakening. Right view steadies us, like a compass pointing true north, so that even in storms we do not lose direction. Simplicity taught us that less is often more. The anxious mind craves complication, accumulation, endless what-ifs. Simplicity returns us to the essentials: a breath, a meal, a quiet moment, a kind word. It teaches that peace is not hidden in more possessions, more achievements, more distractions, but in fewer burdens. By clearing space, inwardly and outwardly, we give anxiety no clutter to feed upon. Patience reminded us that the unfolding of life cannot be rushed. Anxiety is restless, always pushing forward, always demanding instant answers. But patience knows that seeds need seasons, that wounds need time, that hearts cannot be forced open. Patience is strength disguised as stillness. To wait without agitation, to endure without resentment, is to discover a deep resilience, a calm that anxiety cannot shake. Then came compassion, karuna, the great medicine of the heart. Anxiety shrinks us into narrow self-concern. Compassion expands us into connection. When we recognize that all beings suffer, our suffering is no longer isolating. It is shared, and in that sharing it becomes lighter. Compassion does not erase pain, but it transforms it, softening its edges and turning it into a bridge rather than a wall. To live compassionately is to discover that the heart is far stronger than fear. Right speech followed, showing that words are not small things, but forces that shape the world. Anxiety twists words, makes them harsh, careless, rushed. But right speech aligns voice with truth and kindness. Words then become medicine, bridges instead of barriers, songs instead of weapons. To speak gently, truthfully, meaningfully is to calm both speaker and listener. Our words become refuges in a noisy world. Noble silence deepens this even further. Anxiety fears silence, rushes to fill it, but silence is where wisdom grows. To sit in stillness, to let words fall away, is to discover a spaciousness wider than thought. Silence is not emptiness but fullness, a field where the mind rests, where the anxious voice finally quiets, where the heart learns to listen to life directly. In silence, we are reminded that peace was never absent. It was simply hidden beneath noise. Equanimity carried us further, teaching balance amid gain and loss, praise and blame, joy and sorrow. Anxiety lurches between extremes, clinging to pleasure, resisting pain. Equanimity is the mountain unmoved by the winds, the calm surface that reflects everything without distortion. With equanimity, we learn that we can face whatever comes without collapsing. Life becomes less of a battlefield and more of a flowing river, and we discover that we can float. Finally, meditation, the practice that gathers them all. To sit, to breathe, to watch the mind, this is the training ground where all the principles are embodied. In meditation, we see impermanence directly, we practice non-attachment, we cultivate compassion, we discover equanimity. Anxiety rises and falls in the stillness, revealing its transient nature. Over time, meditation teaches us not just to calm the mind, but to know the mind, and in knowing, to be free. When we look back at these 12 principles, we see not 12 separate teachings, but 12 facets of one jewel, 12 rivers leading to one ocean. The jewel is peace, the ocean is freedom. Each principle addresses anxiety not by fighting it, but by transforming our relationship to it. Anxiety may still arise, but it no longer defines us, no longer controls us. We see it for what it is, a passing wave, not the whole sea. And what happens when we live this way? Life does not become perfect. We still face loss, disappointment, uncertainty, but we face them differently. We face them with a calm breath, a gentle heart, a clear view, a simple life, a patient spirit, a compassionate embrace, truthful words, nourishing silence, balanced mind, and meditative presence. We face them as humans who suffer, yes, but also as beings who awaken. This path is not abstract. It is lived in the smallest of ways. When you pause before replying in anger, you practice right speech. When you forgive yourself after a mistake, you practice compassion. When you breathe through a restless night, you practice mindfulness. When you let go of one unnecessary worry, you practice non-attachment. Each moment is a chance to practice. Each practice, however small, is a step toward peace. And so, the final invitation is simple. Practice. Not tomorrow, not in some imagined future when life is less chaotic, but now. Begin with one breath. Notice its coolness as it enters, its warmth as it leaves. Let this breath remind you that peace is possible, here and now. Then let that peace guide your words, your actions, your silence, your choices. Bit by bit, you will discover that anxiety does not own you. Peace was always possible, and now it is real. In the end, these 12 principles are not commandments carved in stone. They are living companions, flexible, compassionate, always ready to meet you where you are. Some days you may lean on patience, other days on compassion, other days on silence. It does not matter where you begin. What matters is that you begin and that you continue. Each step builds upon the last, and before long you will find that you are walking in a different world. Not because the world has changed, but because you have. May you walk lightly, may you breathe deeply, may you speak gently, may you rest in silence, may you meet life's storms with balance, may you live with kindness, with courage, with simplicity. And above all, may you discover that the peace you seek is not far, not hidden, not dependent on the world's approval, but already here, within your own heart, waiting patiently for you to return. And so we come to rest at the end of this journey, though in truth there is no end. For these principles are not steps to be completed and discarded, but currents in the river of practice that flow endlessly. The anxious mind asks, when will I be finished? When will I be healed? When will I arrive? But the path itself is the destination. Each breath taken mindfully is arrival. Each act of kindness is fulfillment. Each moment of silence is completion. Nothing is missing. Still, the human heart loves closure, loves to gather what has been scattered. Let us gather these teachings once more, not as rules, but as blessings. May mindfulness of breath remind us daily that life is only ever lived in this single inhalation, this single exhalation. To follow the breath is to return home again and again. Anxiety scatters us into future and past. The breath returns us to now. May each breath we take be both anchor and liberation. May the truth of impermanence be our comfort, not our fear. Let change remind us that pain will not last forever, that joy is precious because it passes, that even the heaviest storm eventually clears. May we hold life like a passing cloud, not grasping, not resisting, simply witnessing its ever-shifting shapes. May non-attachment free our hearts from unnecessary burdens. Let us hold what we love tenderly, without chains, without fear. Let us release what harms us without bitterness. Let us learn that letting go is not losing, but gaining freedom. May loving kindness soften our speech, our thoughts, our very presence. Let it ripple outward from the heart, to strangers, to friends, to enemies, and back to ourselves. May it be the fire that warms but does not burn, the sun that shines without choosing where to fall. May right view clear the fog of illusion. Let us see not only through the anxious stories we invent, but into the deeper truth, that suffering is shared, that craving causes pain, that peace is found not in grasping but in release. May our vision be steady like a lantern in the night. May simplicity guide our lives toward clarity. Let us release what is unnecessary, possessions, distractions, endless demands, and find contentment in what is already here. May our days be uncluttered enough that joy has space to breathe. May patience grant us the strength to endure what must be endured and the humility to wait for what must ripen in its own time. Let us learn from the mountain that does not hurry, from the tree that grows ring by ring. May we rest in patience as in a vast meadow, untroubled by the ticking of the anxious clock. May compassion open our hearts so widely that no suffering is foreign, no being excluded. Let us not shrink from pain but embrace it, transform it, transmute it into love. May our hearts be strong enough to feel and tender enough to heal. May right speech be our gift to the world. Let us speak only what is true, what is kind, what is necessary. Let our words be bridges, not barriers, songs, not swords. And when words fail, may our silence speak even more deeply. May noble silence remind us that stillness is not empty, but full. In silence we touch the ground of being. In silence, anxiety loses its fuel. May we cultivate silence not as escape, but as presence, a silence alive with listening, a silence wide enough to hold the whole world. May equanimity steady us in all seasons. Let us meet gain and loss, joy and sorrow, praise and blame, not with indifference but with balance. May we be the calm lake that reflects without distortion, the strong tree that bends but does not break. And may meditation be the thread that binds them all, the practice that reveals again and again the mind's restless nature and its vast capacity for peace. May we sit not to escape the world, but to see it clearly, to soften before it, to awaken within it. Together, these blessings form a mandala of peace, a circle in which anxiety has no permanent place. They do not promise a life without difficulty. They promise instead a life in which difficulty itself becomes teacher, in which even suffering becomes a doorway to wisdom, in which every anxious thought is transformed into an invitation to return to presence. Now imagine this. A person walking through a crowded city street, noise on all sides, deadlines pressing, worries circling. Anxiety would normally rise like smoke, but this person pauses to breathe. One mindful inhalation, one mindful exhalation. They recall impermanence. This moment, too, will pass. They release their grip on expectations. They silently wish loving kindness upon the strangers rushing by. May you be safe. May you be free from fear. Their view clears, not enemies, not threats, but fellow travelers. Their life is simple, one step, one breath. They wait patiently at the crosswalk, unhurried. Their compassion softens the glance toward the beggar at the corner. Their speech, when they meet a colleague, is gentle and honest. Their silence in the elevator is peaceful, not restless. Their equanimity keeps them steady when plans change. And later, they sit quietly, meditating, gathering the day into stillness. This person is not extraordinary. They are simply practicing the principles you now know. And that person can be you. The anxious world may not change overnight, but the anxious mind can change now. With practice, with patience, with trust, each of us can become like that person, walking through chaos with calm, speaking with kindness, loving without fear, resting in silence, steady as a mountain, flowing like a river. And when enough of us live this way, even the world itself will begin to change. Words will heal instead of divide. Compassion will ripple through families, communities, nations. Silence will be valued as much as speech. Simplicity will be chosen over excess. Equanimity will guide leaders. Patience will heal divisions. Loving kindness will dissolve enmity. The breath itself will become a shared refuge. The possibility of peace will no longer be a dream, but a living reality. So here, at the end of this long reflection, what remains? Only this. Practice, however small, however faltering, practice. Begin with one breath, one kind word, one patient pause. Begin again tomorrow and the day after. In time, you will see. Anxiety is not an enemy, but a teacher, a signal pointing you back to the path. Every time anxiety arises, it is an invitation to practice once more. Take these 12 principles not as weight, but as wings. Let them carry you. Let them whisper to you when fear grows loud. Let them remind you that peace is possible, here and now. And as you walk on, through joy and sorrow, through calm and storm, may you remember always, you are not alone. Countless beings have walked this path before you. Countless walk beside you now. Countless will walk after. The breath you take has been taken by all. The silence you rest in holds every being. The compassion you offer returns 1,000-fold. So breathe, so speak, so love, so rest. And let your life itself become right speech. A voice of truth, kindness and peace in a world that longs to hear it. And yet, even as we draw to a close, it is worth remembering that closing is an illusion. The Dharma has no beginning and no end, only unfolding. The principles we have spoken of are not linear lessons, but spirals, cycles, songs that repeat in different keys. You will return to them again and again, each time hearing something new, each time feeling their wisdom in a deeper way. There will be days when the breath feels shallow, when impermanence feels unbearable, when patience runs dry. On such days you may believe the practice has failed you, but it is in those very moments that the teachings show their quiet power. The breath need not be deep to be true. Impermanence, even when painful, reminds you that pain itself will pass. Patience is not the absence of frustration, but the willingness to endure it without despair. Remember, too, that this path is not about perfection. Anxiety thrives on perfectionism. If I cannot do it flawlessly, it is worthless. The Dharma whispers another truth. Do it imperfectly, but do it sincerely. A crooked breath practiced with love is worth more than 1,000 perfect breaths taken with pride. A kind word spoken awkwardly is worth more than silence that hides the heart. Each step, however halting, is already awakening. The teachings we have gathered are not only for monasteries, not only for those with quiet time and empty calendars. They are for parents awake at night with children, for workers rushing between tasks, for elders facing illness, for students wrestling with doubt. They are for you, as you are, where you are. The Buddha did not teach in hidden caves, but in villages, towns, marketplaces. He taught among farmers and merchants, kings and beggars. The path is not apart from life. It is life itself walked with awareness. When anxiety tells you you must escape this life to be free, remember, you need not escape. You need only awaken. Freedom is not elsewhere. It is here, hidden beneath the noise, waiting like a jewel beneath dust. These 12 principles are the cloth with which we wipe away the dust. Little by little, the jewel shines. And what is that jewel? It is your own mind, clear and luminous. The Buddha once said that the mind is naturally radiant but stained by passing defilements. Anxiety is one of those stains, but it is not the mind's nature. It comes, it goes. Beneath it, always, is clarity. When we sit in silence, when we breathe, when we speak kindly, when we act with compassion, we polish the jewel. Its light begins to show, and that light is not for us alone. It shines for all beings. Perhaps you wonder, what will it feel like when peace truly comes? Do not look for fireworks. Peace often comes quietly, like dew forming on grass overnight. You may notice one day that you no longer fear silence, or that your words are gentler without effort, or that anxiety still knocks, but you do not open the door. These are signs of transformation, subtle, steady, profound. And when anxiety does arise, for it will, meet it with a bow. Say, "Ah, old friend, I know you. Let it come, let it stay, let it go. Do not resist, do not cling." In this way, even anxiety becomes teacher, reminding you of the practice, pointing you back to breath, to silence, to compassion. Without anxiety, perhaps you would forget. So do not curse it, thank it, then let it pass. Let us imagine again that traveler walking through the world. They are not free of hardship. The road is uneven, storms still gather, but they walk differently now. They walk with eyes open, with hands unclenched, with breath steady. They do not hurry. They do not clutch. They meet others with kindness. They sit in silence when silence is needed, and they speak when words are healing. They are not perfect, but they are free in the deepest sense, free to meet life as it is, without being broken by it. This traveler is not a fantasy. It is you when you remember. You may forget tomorrow, you may stumble next week, but you will remember again. Each time you remember, the path grows clearer, the heart grows steadier, the anxiety grows weaker. Over time, remembering becomes natural and forgetting rare. So let the 12 principles be your companions. Do not clutch them as commandments. Hold them as friends. Let the breath steady you. Let impermanence soften you. Let non-attachment free you. Let loving kindness warm you. Let right view clarify you. Let simplicity lighten you. Let patience strengthen you. Let compassion expand you. Let right speech dignify you. Let silence renew you. Let equanimity balance you. Let meditation unite you. And beyond them all, let life itself be your teacher. The crying child, the aging parent, the difficult colleague, the passing season, each is a text of the Dharma. Read them with attention, learn from them with humility, respond to them with love. If you practice this way, your life itself becomes the 13th principle, the principle of embodiment. Teachings are not meant only to be studied, but to be lived, breathed, spoken, shared. When others look at you and feel peace, even if you never utter a word, then you have become right speech itself, noble silence itself, loving kindness itself. This is the highest teaching, a life lived so deeply in practice that the practice shines from your very presence. And so, as we close, I offer one last wish. May you become such a presence. May your breath be steady enough that others feel calm near you. May your kindness be gentle enough that others soften near you. May your silence be deep enough that others find refuge near you. May your speech be true enough that others trust near you. May your equanimity be strong enough that others take courage near you. And may your compassion be vast enough that others feel seen, known, loved. This is the true end of anxiety. Not that it vanishes, but that it no longer rules. What rules instead is peace, flowing quietly, endlessly, like a stream that nourishes all it touches. That stream is within you now, waiting for you to drink. Drink, rest, walk on, and let your life be the teaching. And now, dear traveler, we come to the closing, not an ending, but a bow, a pause before you continue your own path. The 12 principles are not distant ideals. They are lanterns you can carry into every ordinary day. Each breath, each word, each silence is an opportunity to return to them. If you take only one thing with you, let it be this. Peace is not something you must chase. It is already here, waiting beneath the noise, beneath the rushing, beneath the fear. These teachings do not build peace. They uncover it. They reveal what has always been within you. So walk gently, speak truthfully, rest deeply, love fully, And when anxiety comes, as it surely will, greet it with a steady breath and a soft smile, knowing that it too will pass. This is the closing. Not a door shutting, but a window opening. Beyond it, the wide sky of your own heart. May you walk beneath that sky with courage, with patience, and with joy. May you be free. May you be at peace. May you remember who you truly are.